So thank you so much for being here. It's great. Welcome back to GUADEC Day, whatever it is now. I think 3?
3 is good.
3 is good. Okay, cool. A couple of opening announcements. So first off, baseball tickets. Come pick up your baseball tickets. You can do it at the table out there. At the moment you can't because all the staff are in here, but normally you can go to the table out there. There's also 2 more lightning talks. So if you really want to talk about something that's really silly, or something that's really awesome, this is your opportunity to do that. So sign up for lightning talks. They will be really great. This is a second reminder about our COVID policy. If you feel unwell, stay home, take a test, wear a mask. And also the code of conduct still applies. Now this is actually really awkward today because I don't see anyone with a yellow hat. I'm looking, there's one person with a yellow hat and an orange hat. But yeah, go to the yellow hat. Orange hats don't count, but nice try, thank you. And that's just, if you feel unsafe at any point today, we take our code of conduct very seriously here. With that, thank you again to our sponsors. They're still awesome. I know we said that at the beginning, but I'm still grateful that we're able to have this space and have everyone be here. So just thank you to our sponsors, including Endless, so who are not on this thing, but thank you. You are the best. For those of you who want to become future sponsors, the staff have reminded me to remind you that there are little cool QR codes in the front, and people online, there's definitely some way you can donate. So think about it. It'd be cool. All right. With that, end of the small announcements. I'm going to hand it over to Rob, who is the president of the board, and he's going to run through some slides and talk some stuff. So hello, Rob.
Hello. Thank you, everyone. We had some feedback that AGMs could be more inclusive and more interesting, and when I actually joined GNOME, there used to be a little bit more of a kind of variety show, and we would hear from different communities and different committees and things. So we've tried to put some of that back in. I say that with some apology that there will be a bit of me rambling for a while, because as Rich has just told you, I've just been re-elected as president. I'm very sorry. So, agenda. Welcome, introductions, a little bit from me, finance update from Rosanna, reports from the committees, some here, some remote, opportunity for board Q&A, and then the infamous pants of thanks. So, introductions. We've just completed our 2024 elections, so we have, I think, 3 ongoing directors and 5 new ones. No, wait, 6 and 2. Anyway, we have new directors. Thank you to everyone that stood in the election. Thank you for everyone that's serving the foundation as a director. And also a big thanks and a round of applause to the directors who've just rolled off the board and everything that they've done to help us over the past year. I think when we get to the Q&A bit, I might pose a question just to ask the board members to introduce themselves, but I'll just plow through this bit for the moment. So officers, for those who are unaware, the sort of California corporate law and our bylaws set out a number of specific individual responsibilities within the board. The officers can be board members, they can be people from outside. Usually we're not overwhelmed with volunteers, and so we typically end up appointing them within the board. The president, that's me, is kind of the spokesperson for the board. I'm really pleased that Alan has sort of returned in his previous role where he was working with me a few years ago as the vice president and the chair. I think that was a really effective pairing, and I'm sort of really happy that Alan's offered to serve in that role again. Julian has taken up the role as secretary with Federico as his assistant. This is kind of an official record-keeping responsibility for the foundation. So meeting minutes being published and stored, and making sure that basically our information systems that store those minutes and resolutions and things are improved. So we have some plans there to just try and improve that and accessibility of records and things, and timeliness. So that's really cool. Thank you to Julian and Federico. Michael has moved from secretary to treasurer, and so he'll be kind of overseeing finances as they're filed with our accountants and IRS and things, and making sure that we have a good flow of financial information and accuracy in processes. And he's joined by Pablo, who has just joined the board and is very interested in these topics. So I think that will really improve the board's oversight on the foundation finances between the two of them. So thank you to our officers. We have a few sort of internal-ish committees that take care of different aspects of foundation governance on behalf of the board. The executive committee meets a bit more often than the board does and takes care of things that arise in between board meetings. It's mostly formed by whoever's the ED, whoever's the president and things, so it has kind of obvious names on it. Finance committee is looking more closely at finance processes and information that need to be filed and reported. And the governance committee is kind of our sort of meta process and looking at improvement of board processes, improvement of directors' skills, and that we have the right composition of the board. Should we appoint some people? Should we ask some people to stand? Those kinds of questions. And I think more importantly, we have a huge slate of all of these amazing and wonderful people who put in lots and lots of time to make different gears that mesh between different parts of the community, the foundation, and just help all of these wonderful things actually happen. And this is where the kind of wheel hits the road. This is some of where a lot of work gets done for the foundation to support the community and to make sure all of these wonderful things are happening. So I personally would like to give a huge thank you to all of the committees. Some of these things are extremely hard work and they're very sort of thankless in some ways, and you do your best job and then some people give you some criticism and things, but all of these are super cool. So we have, anyway, yeah, thank you committees, everyone. We have a new committee on here. I don't know if you saw that Felipe Borges posted recently that he was stepping back from arranging internships. He's had a very long a long run of organising those things and coordinating them by himself. But we're really glad that we've put together a committee and he's able to start sharing out and handing over some of those roles. I think it is a good and healthy thing for people in the community to ask for help and get help, and for us to support that. So I'm really happy to see a new committee on this and the foundation doing what it can to support the internships, which is such an amazing part of newcomers in the community. The Circle Committee is going strong, the Release Team is going strong, Travel Committee has had some reinforcements recently, and we will hear from some of these committees later on. Also in the past few weeks we shared the news that unfortunately Holly Million has handed in her resignation and will be stepping down as the ED of the foundation. She's been with us for 9-10 months and achieved some really cool things around setting out our strategy plan, preparing us for fundraising, submitting some grant proposals, signing some fiscal sponsorship agreements, which really help the foundation from our tax-exempt perspective, as well as giving us some money that we can spend on other stuff. So a lot of work there, a lot of focus on finance processes and the kind of staff team and their well-being. So I'm really grateful for Holly bringing in her non-profit expertise from outside. She's heading on to do a PhD in psychology and focus on her personal sort of private practice. But I just wanted to take a moment to thank Holly for all of her work over the past months. And that leads me on to Richard, who you've heard from quite a few times over the past few days. But for those who've tuned in just for the AGM, I'm going to ask Richard to step up for a minute and just kind of introduce himself and sort of where he comes from and what he's here to do.
That's me. Hi. Thank you, Rob. So I didn't really introduce myself very long at the beginning of the last time I spoke, which I guess was 3 days ago in the morning. I'm Richard Littauer. That's how you pronounce my name. That's how you spell it. I am a newcomer to GNOME in general. I've had GNOME running on my computer since 2004 or something, off and on. I've used it a lot before, but I haven't committed anything to the code base. I haven't been part of the general community. That having been said, I am not new to open source at all. And so just to give you a brief bio of how I got involved, been working on open source stuff for a very long time, since my teens, like a lot of us. One of my first jobs right out of uni was working on open science things and working on, as a front-end developer, I joined the Angular team at one point on GitHub, not the Angular team actually in terms of pay, and then got pretty involved with the Node community for a while, served on their Code of Conduct Committee, ComCom, worked at MIT Media Lab, working on open source tools for scientists, worked at the OSI as a development manager, trying to fundraise for the open source initiative. I worked at Open Collective, which is the largest fiscal host of open source projects in the world, like 3,300 projects. So I was the community manager there for Open Source Collective as well, and also Open Collective Foundation. For those of you who don't know that the entire OC ecosystem is ridiculous with how many different names they have. And I feel like I've done a whole lot more. One of the main things I've been doing for the past 7 years or so is actually running a contractorship where people can come to me and ask for advice in their open source communities. So I've been doing that as well under Maintainer Mountaineer, maintainer.io. And for the past 7 years, I've been really involved with this organization called Sustain, which started as a few conferences. We held one in San Francisco, we held one in London, we held one in Belgium, and we've held a lot of satellite events, including one in Denver once, talking about how do we sustain the open source ecosystem? What do we do to make sure the projects thrive? How do we make sure that we increase diversity? How do we make sure that we get funding in? As part of that work, I've been hosting a podcast called Sustain Open Source Software. I don't suggest anyone listen to podcasts. Podcasts are ridiculous. But over the course of that time, I've talked to hundreds and hundreds of people now. We have over 300 episodes that I've hosted about this topic, about what is open source and how do you keep it going. So I was asked to serve. What you may not know is that I did apply for the executive director job last year, and I went through the entire process. So I'm not a newcomer in the sense that the people who did this process last year knew who I was. I went on vacation for 2 weeks to an off-grid island in the Orkney Islands, and when I came back, I'm like, what happened? They're like, we hired someone else. I'm like, that's fair enough. But I was honored to be asked to serve by Rob. So thank you, Rob, for contacting me and being like, we need an interim. And here I am. So that's a bit more about me. I have ADD, ADHD, whatever you want to call it. So I also have a ton of other stuff I've done, and that's just how it goes. Go to my website to see that. But those are like the salient points for why I'm here and what I'm helping to do. I'd be really happy to talk to any of you at any point about anything, as long as I've slept beforehand, and eaten, preferably. I think that's pretty much all you need. That's awesome. Cool, I'm going to hand it back to Rob. Thank you all.
Yeah, we need to let Richard sleep a little bit, but he's done a lot in the 13 days since he joined, so thank you, Richard. And yeah, so Richard has stepped in and is now managing our staff team, which has recently grown by the addition of Anissa as our administrative support. But I just wanted to give a big round of applause and a huge thank you to our staff team. Organising events is really, 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 really hard work, and it never stops. So no one gets to sleep. So all of the people who make these events work are working minor miracles to keep the community running. So yeah, thank you to everyone. And Bart, single-handedly keeping all of the pumps running for all of the infrastructure, GNOME and FlatHub. So incredible. Unfortunately, this is me for the next bit. I have some updates, and I have to sort of maybe sort of preface this with the board has not had a huge amount of time to meet as a new board. We had a lot of changeover in the board. We had a big time zone difference between where everyone was located. So if this seems a little light, it's because with my hat on as president, I should speak for the board as a whole. And we haven't had a huge amount of time to come up with a lot to sort of set the path over the coming months. We did have some sort of quick meetings where we were able to put together some high-level priorities and areas where the board would like to kind of dig into and put a bit more effort in. This side here is I guess, a slightly more personal opinion, you know, from the desk of the president. I think over the past year, it would be fair to say that the board has not achieved quite as much as we would have hoped. When I stood, well, here, or similar here, last year, then we didn't have an ED and we were in the process of hiring an ED. And now we've had ED join and then leave in the space of a year, which is really tough for consistency of what we're doing and delivering against our strategic goals and refining those. And it's really tough for the staff as well to have a manager come in and start setting things up and then have a change and not really sure exactly where things land. So it is a moment of transition for the foundation, and we're really grateful for Richard to step in, but we're just going to need a little bit of time to bed things down. The governance challenges, I'm sure you will have seen the announcement that we removed a director earlier in the year. So that's caused quite a lot of time and attention and meetings and legal advice and things that the board has been working through. So that has also had an impact on the other stuff that we've been able to do. I blogged earlier in the year about financial pressures. It's just a really tough time for fundraising in both the open source and the non-profit space, sort of both worlds that we exist in as a foundation. There are a lot of funding organizations that have changed priorities or reduced their budget. There's a lot of corporations that have reduced their spend on kind of social responsibility or DE&I initiatives. And so it's just a really tough climate at this exact moment for non-profits to go out and raise money. So, for those who are sponsoring the foundation, for the grants that we do receive, we are 10 times more grateful because it's that allows the foundation to keep doing what it does and supporting and empowering the community. But we are, at the moment, on an even keel. We have a break-even budget at the moment, which we're tracking to pretty well, that Rosanna will talk about later. And we're just working on our strategy of how we go out and start to find those alignments between what the project does and how we can work as a community, and what is interesting for funders. So there's a kind of Venn diagram we're trying to overlap between cool stuff that we want to do and then the people it can help. And then if we build a story about that, then we can go out and say, hey, if we invest in this, it will help these people, and that's why you funder are interested in that particular area. So that's kind of the logic behind our strategy plan. That's why we have a 5-year strategic plan. This is essentially a communication which is outbound, because we want funders to be able to understand what we're doing and why, like what's the logic to it, how does it fit together. And we also need to have a conversation within the community about how do we fit our different ideas, our technology, our different initiatives, our different communities, how do we fit that together within a narrative that really lands well with funders. So this is a two-directional conversation, right? The foundation is not going to turn up and say, this is what the project should do. But equally, a funder is not necessarily going to be funding the new rewritten version of libfoo in Rust. Right? But if we can set a narrative around that, or we can say, hey, we're investing in our accessibility infrastructure, that means these people have a much better opportunity to access computing. Can you fund that? And then we can get the libfoo rewrite in Rust done, and we can tell a narrative to a funder about how the project and the community have driven these impacts out in the wider world. So yeah, and that's a kind of virtuous cycle, right? As we tell that story and we deliver against those, we improve our relationship and our reputation with funders, because we can say, hey, this is the plan, we're going to do this, we deliver it, they feel good about it, we tell a story about that, and that story reinforces our opportunity to apply for funding next time round. And these are a lot about personal relationships. So you kind of get to know the grant officers in different foundations and different public bodies that have funding. And they know that you, as a leadership team, are reliable and that you can set out to do something, you can deliver it. So that's just setting out the plan, delivering and coming back is also an extremely valuable thing. So some of this is about comms, and it's building the reputation and claiming the impact of what we do as a foundation. So we published the 5-year strategic plan draft earlier in the year. We're kind of going through a consultation process. We have an online questionnaire. We have a BOF on Monday, which is tomorrow, sorry. And there are sort of various kind of buckets of where we're going to work. And it essentially breaks down to the product, right? How do we invest in and advance GNOME as software, and how do we package it, and how do we promote it, what does it do, and for who? And to that end, we have launched a development fund, which is the idea that we can look for people who specifically want to sponsor development in GNOME core, the applications, the platform, GNOME Circle, all of those things, and invest that money directly in GNOME developers. And at the moment, we have our project ongoing with the Sovereign Tech Fund, the German federal government directly investing in open source software. And we've been working with Thibault Martin as a program manager to transition that into an ongoing development initiative. So as we get funding for different development things, we have one structure in the foundation for basically finding the right contractors, the right partners, consultancies, and delivering that work. So we have a sort of ongoing engine that delivers good impact, good results for people who put money into the development fund. The next one is around the community, and it's kind of the growth and the health and the diversity and who the community connects to. And Holly came up with the name GNOME Pathways for this. But it's really this idea of kind of unifying different initiatives that we've had over the years about empowering local communities, about doing outreach into different places and different communities, and all of the activities we do to bring newcomers into the community. So things like internships, things like Regina's events in Africa, where she's gone out and kind of done a little GNOME boot camp and got people to really understand some of the tools and practices that we have. And so it's about formalizing that and being able to tell a story to donors about, hey, if you put money here, these are all the amazing things that we can do to reach people in these communities and give them skills, give them opportunities, increase representation. So again, it's about putting a narrative together that claims all of those things that we're already doing. But if you kind of look on the website, you don't see that. We need to sort of claim that, or we need to tell a narrative, and we need to package that in a way that resonates well with funders. And then there's the health of the foundation itself. There's this kind of argument that all these fiscal hosting deals, that whatever percentage the foundation takes, someone feels like they're not getting enough, right? But it's really important that as we kind of raise funds for the things that we're doing, we make sure that the foundation provides a stable platform, that all of the staff that keep everything working are, they're there. We can afford to pay them. We can afford to do all of our core things, like the events, like the infrastructure, the communications and things that we do as our kind of priority zero stuff. We keep doing it. And that stable platform, sort of financial platform for the foundation, means that we're able to then launch these more ambitious programs and start reaching in different areas and finding those links between the funders and the ways that we support the project in the community. So, to be continued. Obviously, this is subject to revision because we're in this consultation process. We have a new board who may, prioritize or deprioritize these things a little bit. But I just wanted to give you a high-level picture of kind of how we were thinking about the strategy and why it's so important for our sort of fundraising in future. We had a sort of quick straw poll around the board during the week, just to pull out sort of common objectives that most of the directors held and thought the foundation should be pursuing over the coming year or two, depending on terms. Obviously, hiring a new ED, that sort of consistency of leadership and personal relationships, both internally and externally, is just incredibly important. Some grants funders are really investing in an idea, and it's a bit like a VC, right? They think about the person and they think about the business plan. So it's the same for us, right? If we have credible leadership, if we have strong personal relationships, then we get grants because they're investing in the goal and they're investing in the team. So it's really important that we have a strong spokesperson that can lead us in those conversations. I mentioned we've had some bumps. So the board has agreed that we need to have an internal kind of retrospective process about our governance, about the board processes, and also about kind of what we're looking for and what we need in a new executive director. And a few of the directors, myself included, sort of stood on a platform of the foundation starting to take an active voice in establishing a governance process for the project itself. There's the sort of long-held tenets that the foundation does not make technical decisions, but equally, who does make technical decisions is also pretty loosely defined in some corners of the project. And I think for sort of clarity and accountability of those decisions and transparency and it being an inclusive process where who do I talk to do X is actually pretty well defined, and you can understand who's made those decisions and why. There's a good consensus on the board that this is an area where the foundation can step in and help facilitate a process where we have a community governance process. The next one is around finances. I mentioned it was just an incredibly challenging sort of moment in time for funding from different quarters. There are some non-profits that work, promoting diversity within tech that have actually gone out of business and not been able to secure their funding over the past few months. So all of the kind of open source non-profits and foundations are all seeing this same pressure of, there's less funding around. It just means we need to work all the harder to find these different sources and to make sure that we're really connecting with opportunities for impact that resonate well with the funders. So obviously, stable finances may not sound like an ambitious goal, but it's, we'd be good with stable, and then we can see what we can do to increase from there. So that's why looking for public funds, grant funds and things will allow us to implement those programs I talked about. And I think there's a good consensus in the board that we can improve our visibility, our reporting to the community about finances. And Pablo's been very interested in this, and we're sort of happy to sort of cheer him along and figure out how we can get data out more quickly, how we can get data out more accurately. But internally, the foundation has seen huge improvements in this area, so we're sort of well poised to share those outside over the coming months. And I think just the community itself, and the transparency and the communications between the foundation and the community. I think this was a sort of concern shared by a lot of the candidates in the past election. It's been bumpy from the inside of the board, and that's reflected in our communications being a bit sort of hit and miss of when we've come out with things. And so we'd like to work on that, and the board has decided we want to work on that. We've got the governance committee already looking at some things around minutes and things, so that's a priority that we want to just make sure that things are just a little bit smoother and people know what the foundation is doing and why. And I think the last one was just a focus on community health. And I think governance and decision making plays into this a little bit, and some of this is around maybe kind of interpersonal relationships and conflict resolution, and how do we just kind of make sure that we're setting and respecting good boundaries and looking after mental health of contributors. We need to manage burnout. We need to just have an ongoing dialogue about how there is a great strength in our community development process, but it also comes at some complexity of how we manage those personal relationships and how we do that remotely, how we do that across time zones and things. So this is an area where I think the board's really interested to look at how we can support the community and to make sure that not just everything ends up in a conflict that it sits in a code of conduct, but that we actually have open conversations and sort of facilitate good practices and good mental health in the community. I think another round of applause for just a huge amount of work that's been carried out on all four corners of the world to deliver the Sovereign Tech Fund project that we have been running in the foundation with an amazing team of contractors since last September, October time. I mean, the team is huge, so thank you all of these people. And this has been an amazing coming together of people from different companies, from different parts of the world, from different parts of the community, really pushing forward on a lot of different areas that are really important to the foundation, to the project, to accessibility, security, hardware support, performance, usability. There's been a huge amount of investment here, which has just been amazing to see how well that's gone and how well the team has delivered on all of these different fronts. Do I have another slide about that? Yes, okay. That delivery to the Sovereign Tech Fund has gone extremely well. They're very happy with what we've done. They're very happy with GNOME as a partner. And we're sort of talking and preparing about applying again. Partly due to us, the Sovereign Tech Fund is now extremely much more well known, so they're expecting a lot more applications in the coming round. But we are, of course, preparing our submission to that. I mentioned that Thibault has been working in this area. We call it sort of program management, so he's not managing the project, but he is looking at how we kind of systematize and work on a pipeline for running this development initiative and how we look for funding from different sources. Obviously apply again to Sovereign Tech Fund, but how do we use this development capacity that we've built up and our delivery, we've done it well. How do we claim that and how do we promote that to different funders? So the development initiative is kind of a really core thing that we're looking to build this year, and to build the funding case that goes around it. And yeah, Thibault has given me the slide here, but we're singing from the same sheet there that we kind of need to claim the work and build a narrative that aligns between the things that we know are cool and that they need working on and we can improve GNOME, and then who we're serving, how do we help people with that, how do we package it in a way that funders think, great, if I do that, then these people will get a better experience. Unsung hero, quietly working away in the corner. Philip Withnall has been working on a project which has also been sort of hosted by the foundation, working actually across digital well-being and parental controls, also GNOME software and glib, and just keeping some of the pumps running there and improving security and performance. So this is supported by a grant from Endless. That same grant actually supports most of Bart's time on FlatHub, and it supports the salary of the ED. That's a sort of 2-year grant that covers this year and next year. But we're making progress on digital wellbeing. I think Philip's a hero and be plugging away a little bit by himself, but we're hoping to get some reinforcements in. And so this is around screen time limits, break reminders, app time limits, and being able to have that in a kind of optional, if it's digital wellbeing, that's for you, or a kind of mandatory way if it's parental controls, where the parent can set the time limits and get the kids off the computer or off certain apps, depending on how you configure that. So that's really cool. So the initial parts we're hoping to land in GNOME 47 and then continue moving that into parental controls and other features over the coming 6 months. I mentioned the EDU recruitment, so the kind of retrospective process and getting feedback from inside the board, and then sort of setting up a committee that will go out and do the ED recruitment process. So timeline, appointing people on that committee and giving them instructions about what we'd like to see in the job description, kind of what kind of person we're looking for, what skills we're looking for. We're hoping to do this really quickly. We're sort of lucky to have Richard with us on an interim basis. He has other things that he is moving on to do. So we're trying to get that started over the coming weeks and post a job application as soon as we can. One of the big things that the GNOME Foundation sort of core team does is a lot of events work. We go around the world, we present at events, we take part in events, we organise events ourselves. So we have hosted all of these things. We've gone out to Kathmandu in Nepal, and we've hosted GNOME Asia at the end of last year. I mentioned Bootcamp, which was kind of Regina's initiative, where she was looking at really teaching people to come on board into the GNOME community and the kind of skills and practices that let people succeed in the open source world. We have representation at other conferences. We had a big delegation at OSCA, the Open Source Conference Africa, which was in Nigeria earlier in the year. And we're able to introduce GNOME and talk about our community and our projects and things. GUADEC, which is here with our friends in Berlin as well. And the Linux App Summit was due to be earlier in the year, and it moved due to sort of venue logistics issues. But there are a lot of events here, a lot of work that the team puts in to making all of these things happen in all the different places that we reach different communities.
Rob, 1 second. I just want to say, because it's happening right now, thank you to all you who are in Berlin at the event. It is in our 5-year plan to decentralize GUADEC, or decentralize how we do this. We haven't figured that out yet, but we shouldn't have to fly so much, right? The climate crisis is really bad. And in general, it'd be great if people could actually join where they are. So just on behalf, I just see it's not listed, so I just want to say thank you to many GUADEC people for being there and for watching on the live stream. Thanks, Rob.
We also take part in a number of external events where we go and represent the GNOME community and present what we're doing to different events. So FOSDEM's big for us. We've had a couple of people at DebConf, both talking about GNOME, but also kind of sharing best practices around diversity and inclusion within open source communities, and organising conferences and how to do that efficiently. Been to OSCAL in Albania, we've been to the State of Open conference in the UK, Scale in the US, and speaking at FOSS Asia as well. And FOSSI, which is next week. But last year it was, yeah. Okay, awesome. That is me. Thank you for listening to me, and I will hand over to Rosanna.
Hi, everyone. I see a couple of former foundation treasurers in the audience, so hope I make you all proud. let's see. So, accounting updates. Our financial processes have been a priority for the past 6 to 9 months. We have our budget this year is set to break even. So we had in the past few years, prior years, been operating at a loss on purpose because we didn't have an executive director. We wanted to keep things going. But starting this year, we were like, we need to buckle down and make sure we don't spend more than we make. So that's what we are trying to do this year. We've gotten some external bookkeepers on board, which has been really helpful for me because they've been telling me things like, that's exactly right, or that's what other people do, or maybe try this other way. So our books are now better than they have ever been, which also has allowed us to have accurate and timely quarterly finance reports for the board, which means that some of the charts we see today we haven't seen at previous AGMs. Sorry? Sorry. Is that better? Okay, no problem. So due to the revenue levels we've had this year, great news, we will be required to have an audit for this fiscal year. So we've been looking at processes. Our bookkeepers are really making sure that our books are in good order. And in preparation for that, we performed a review on last year's numbers. And I'll have you know that it's passed, and as I've been promised that it is being signed today. So hopefully we will be able to put that up to show everyone when it's done. Okay, so if you've been to previous AGMs or looked at our annual report, this will look very familiar, or this format is. It compares our income, which is the top half, and the expenses in the bottom half, for fiscal year 2023 and 2022. So you can see how income has increased, expenses have not increased, but they're still higher than the income. Just to clarify, our fiscal year runs from October 1st to September 30th, so the number year is the end of the period. So 2022 would be October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022, if that makes sense. It's skewed by 1 quarter by 3 months, because that's the way we were set up. And on the right, you can see the tables. If you want to see this more clearly, it is in our annual report, which is online. You can download it at your leisure. You can see what we spent the numbers on. These numbers were not finalized for the annual report, so they're not quite exactly what's going to be in our 990. The 990 form landed in my inbox this week while I was here, so I haven't had a chance to look at it, much less make better charts. But that should be done and ready by the next month. Next. Okay, so beyond that, that's what we've done so far is what we used to do at the AGM. We're going to show you a snapshot of what we've done so far this year. Note that we are technically we're technically in the fourth quarter right now in mid-July, because fourth quarter is July through September. So we tend to do our books on a quarterly basis, right? So we give our reports at the end of every quarter to the board. So the last finished quarter is June 30th, but we haven't had time to finish it because usually we have a month before we have to present to the board. We didn't have that time. So the numbers we have are from Q2, which is the end of March. So you can see in the right column, that was what we were budgeted for income. The middle column is just year-to-date, which would be half as high because 6 months worth. And then the year-to-date for March 31st, the actuals, you can see is just a smidge higher than the budgeted. So we were doing better than expected by just a smidge for income. And if you can see on March 31st, this is also dated, you could see year-to-date, year-on-year, our income has gone up a lot for this past year and is back to pre-COVID levels. Yay. We did have some large grants in 2020 and 2019, which were not repeated once COVID started, which is, it's not all COVID that caused a drop, but there was a lot of it. For expenses, this is also from March 31st, Q2. Once again, the right-hand column is the budgeted amount. The middle column is what the budget would show for half, it's the half height for the 6 months, and the year-to-date for of expenses from through March, end of March. We did not create the actual year-on-year for March. This is actually from May, from the end of May. These numbers aren't quite as exact because we haven't combed through them as closely, but through the end of May, we've spent more than we had before. But if you notice, if I go back, that number is still smaller than our budgeted year date from the 6-month mark. But obviously, GUADEC, big expenditure, big amount of money, and it's going to catch up. People often ask me what we spend money on. This is a pie chart showing what we spent in the first half of the year by category. So support infrastructure is the largest. That includes things like, it's probably needs a little tweaking, but that's what we have in our books. But it also includes things like the STF fund, all the stuff we work there, on the development stuff. The administrative stuff of that is still elsewhere. And then we have outreach for 10%, conferences is almost 25%, but that is before GUADEC, before the bulk of GUADEC funds come in. And then administrative and fundraising are smaller. And we also have GIMP expenditures because we do host their funds. Yep, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosanna. So now I think I see Michael running that way. Or was that someone else? Yep. Come join us.
Hi, everybody. My name is Michael Cannizzaro. I'm going to give a quick update on what the release team has been up to for the past year. So first of all, we have notably, believe it or not, released GNOME a couple times. We've got the GNOME 45 and 46 releases out the door, and most recently we completed the GNOME 47 alpha release. The alpha beta releases, those are the hardest ones, so it's a relief to have that done. We've made a few tweaks to the release schedule. Notably, the 0.1 stable release is a week earlier than it's been in the past this cycle, so we'll see how that goes. And we've also changed when we end of life the GNOME Flatpak runtimes. So previously they were end of lifed in September and March, immediately when we stop updating it. But now we're going to wait until months after the previous update so that users don't see the scary end of life notice quite as quickly, to give app developers a little more time to update their runtimes. But we're not actually providing updates any longer than we used to, so you do still need to keep those applications using newer runtimes. We've spent a lot of time in the past year discussing app organization. We've had some sometimes difficult discussions about that, but that's resulted in a few new apps entering GNOME Incubator, notably Decibels, the audio player app, Papers, a PDF viewer, and Showtime, a new video player. So thank you very much to the maintainers of those applications, and hopefully they'll be able to enter GNOME Core in the future after they've matured a bit more. Lastly, if you've watched the talk from 2 days ago, You're Always Breaking GNOME, then you're already familiar with this, but if not, a lot of work has been done to get GNOME OS switched from OS tree to systemd system extensions. So that's a pretty big change in how GNOME OS is composed. So we're looking forward to seeing that roll out as well. That's all from me.
Thanks so much, Michael. And now I think, if all is well, we have Gregor from the Circle Committee joining us on BBB, if he is here. He is. That's cool.
We have to join.
the audio carpets here just for output.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Is that Pablo? Or Gregor? Can we hear Gregor?
We do not hear.
Can one
Yes.
Ooh, some fun feedback.
Turn that off. Yeah, we'll turn them off.
Okay.
Okay. I'm still getting some feedback. Do you think you could turn off the microphone in the Turnhalle?
Can you try again? I just muted them.
Okay. So this is rather spontaneous. I was notified this morning that they need someone to talk about the happenings in the GNOME Circle Committee. So we quickly cooked up a few slides, and I'm just going to give a quick update on what has been happening. So over the past year, we've got a few new members to the Circle Committee, which are Brage, me, and Laura. Fun fact: all of us are still teenagers, so it's we significantly lowered the average age of the committee. I'm actually the youngest. I'm 16 years old. We've got a few new applications this year. 12 applications joined Circle. One of them was actually mine. It was a very nice process. And I believe 5 left the Circle. Oh no, 6 left the Circle. Some due to developers not having the time anymore to maintain their apps, and some due to irregular reviews because those apps were no longer qualified for Circle. We have a few libraries that are, I believe those are still the same as last year. There is a review of an app, a library called Blueprint. App developers are probably aware of that. It's like an alternative syntax to XML for building GTK UIs. As I said, that's right now under review, but aside from that, there hasn't been much happening on the libraries front. Sonny and I have been pushing for language bindings to get integrated into GNOME Circle more aggressively. We have GTK RS already as a part of the library, as part of GNOME Circle, and we wanted to offer language binding developers. We wanted to sort of show that this is wanted, that third-party language bindings can still join GNOME Circle. And so we actually have 3 language bindings in review right now. One is for Go. The project is called GTK4. Then we have GTK4.cr, which is for the Crystal programming language, and Adwaita Swift for, obviously, the Swift programming language. I'd like to see where this goes. And a problem right now is that our requirements for what these languages need to do are still very loosely defined. And it's a bit difficult to review these findings because they're very different, because the underlying languages are also very different. So we're still working around that. But still, I think it's a good idea to sort of push binding developers towards GNOME Circle, similar to how we do it with app developers. Yes, that was it from me. If you're an app developer, you can follow this URL on screen and see if you're maybe interested in applying to GNOME Circle, and if your app fulfills the criteria. Your app will be reviewed by 2 reviewers, which is a lot easier now. Reviews should be faster now that we have 3 more reviewers. And yeah, that was it from my side.
Thanks so much, Gregor.
Thanks so much, Gregor.
Especially for the short notice. Do I need to get that back? Oh, okay. Apparently, I can't advance slides anymore.
Take presenter.
Is that over here? Yes, it's me. Oh, it's this unwelcome toolbar again. Okay, we now have the circle slides again. 1 second. We have Sri on behalf of the Internships Committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here to talk about the Internship Committee. And I warn you, I have not seen these slides, so I'm going to be, each slide is going to be an adventure. So, moving on, first of all, I want to talk about the Google Summer of Code. We participated in 2 projects, the Google Summer of Code and Outreachy, as we talked about in the past. These are the internships we normally participate in over the years. And I have to wear my glasses. And so these are all the 2024 internships that we have. And as you can see, we've had about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 internships, proving that I can count. And so I want to thank all of these interns and the mentors who took their time and effort to make these internships successful. So please give them a round of applause. All right. We are always looking for more mentors. It's an important part to have mentors to work on, to work with our interns. So if you have project ideas that you would love to mentor, then please go to this GitLab link and do that. I know that we've had some changes, like Felipe is stepping down. Is that in the next slide? No. Okay. Just make sure. So I know Felipe is stepping down, and this will be his last year as a coordinating person for the internship committee. We'd like to thank him for the several years of work that he's done managing these internships. They're not easy to do. They take a lot of mental health to go through. So if you could all give him a round of applause for all his work, that would be great. We are also looking for new members for our committee. I think we have get some really great new fresh ideas to help build a better community feeling between the interns. This is going to be really important. I know for me and my personal goals, I want to bring these interns in and keep them here, right? I want them to feel like the GNOME internship leads to something successful in their career, or brings them joy, gives something back in terms of learning. This is our way. By having these interns, we're actually giving something back to the open source committee as well, right? So that's all I have to say on that, and I will move on to the next. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri. And now, I think for the travel committee, we have Asmit.
Hello everyone, I'm Asmit from Travel Committee. For those who don't know, Travel Committee helps different contributors to, we process sponsorship requests and help them to attend different conferences and hackfests, which you saw before. And these are some stats that I would like to present. So we have 2 new members recently, that's me and Anissa. We have smaller budget this year than the years in the past because the travel prices have been significantly higher. And these are the recent events that we sponsored. For GNOME Asia, we got 20 applicants and we were able to sponsor all the 20 applicants. For GTK Hackfest, we sponsored the housing venue for the participants. And for GUADEC, we received 22 applications, 18 were on time and 4 were after the deadline. And we were only able to sponsor 10 travel guns, mostly prioritizing speakers that were on time. Yeah, that's it for it. Yeah.
Well, and from me and from the board and from the whole foundation, the whole community, just a huge thank you to all of our committees who are doing a lot of quite detailed, diligent work that just keeps the different cogs turning across the community. So much appreciated. I think that is then time for Q&A. If we have, I see we have Julian and Pablo. And do we have a moderator for Q&A? Is that rated? Right. And do you have access to Matrix chat to look for questions?
Do I have access to Matrix chat? That's an excellent question. Yes.
No? Or maybe
I do.
Or do we have Cassidy do that? Yeah.
Track 1. No, I don't. I'm not in that room.
Okay.
Cool, thank you.
Cool.
Should I be down there or should I be up here? Up there is fine? Okay, I can move in between, so.
Get rid of that presentation. Yes.
Are you going to hand the mic? I can hand the microphone to people. So while we get set up, can you all hear us on the chat? We have Julian, we have Pablo, I see Karen. I know Federico was here earlier. I hope he's okay. I know some other board members couldn't make it today. But I'm grateful for those of you who are here. Oh, there's Federico. Hello. All right. So this may be difficult and annoying because I have to run back and forth, and I will do my best. But if you can all hear me, then I'm just going to do that. For the interest of the people on the live stream, I want to make sure that I repeat the question that I hear from people down there. If you don't want to speak up, I can come to you. Is that okay? Can you be on the floor mic for me? That would make my life easier because this is a big step. Cool.
I think it's not a step.
In that case, I think we're going to start with questions on the floor, which are here. And we have one in the back right there. So Cassidy, if you could help with that while I get on the Matrix chat.
Whoa, there we go. One quick suggestion, maybe just move a stand here and people can queue up instead of running it everywhere.
That makes sense.
So my question, though, is, so we had the Thunderbird keynote on Friday, and they talked about asking users for money and things like that. If I'm not mistaken, the GNOME Foundation has largely focused on the big fish rather than asking its users for funding. So any plans to start doing more, or maybe I'm wrong and maybe a lot of the money comes from individuals, but maybe a two-part question, how much money comes from individuals versus all the big fish sponsors, and then assuming that's a minuscule part, which is what I'm doing and I may be wrong, what's any plans to invert that? Because there are a lot of people who use GNOME who might say, I want it to continue to exist and get better, and I'll put in some money.
That's an excellent question. Thank you very much. As executive director, it's my job to know everything about the finances. As an interim executive director, I'm screaming internally right now. So I've been here for 13 days. That's one of the reasons why Rosanna helped out with answering or giving a presentation on the finances, for which I am incredibly grateful. So thank you. I'm going to defer that question to someone who can take it here. It looks like Rob has offered to take that. So Rob, go ahead.
I'm happy to not talk if any other directors want to jump in first, but great question. And what? Did Pablo?
Pablo, did you want to take that too? Pablo, did you want to take that too? Take that too?
I think I can jump in. Can you hear me well? 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 Yeah. So I think. 1 second, we'll mute you so we can hear. Yeah. Okay. So there's no echo now. in our side. I think that it's something that would make sense. It probably needs more organization from the finance side, since that's not something. It's easier to deal with one single donation of $250,000 than to deal with like 25,000 donations of $10. And the GNOME Foundation hasn't been yet set up for that, so that might be one of the reasons. But I think that's possibly something that's interesting to explore once we have the GNOME Developer Initiative in place, and people can also see directly the results of a small amount of money being pushed to the project. Correct me, somebody else, if you have other thoughts about it.
I think I got most of that. The speakers in the stage all point that way rather than here, sorry. In terms of where the donations have come from, I know this is kind of a case in point. GIMP gets a lot of individual donations, and so I think in terms of the foundation's overall income, about 20% of it is individual donations, but a lot of that is GIMP. And then I would say the foundation and most of GNOME's funding comes either from grants or from the advisory board fees. And that's a little bit due to how GNOME reaches users. So we don't have a direct narrative with very many of our users. They get their OS through a vendor or partner, members of the GNOME advisory board who distribute and develop the OS for the users. So I think it would need to be a dialogue to explore. I would love to be able to pop up something and do some fundraising and have some kind of narrative dialogue between the foundation and GNOME users. We would need to sort of map out what was possible. But we are setting up the crowdfunder for the development fund. So there have been a lot of very successful cases in KDE, Blender, Thunderbird, where they've set up great predictable recurring revenue, both from companies and from individuals. So I think watch this space. We're exploring this. But yeah, after that talk, I thought, hey, let's pop up a, Michelle can tell you like, hey, GNOME needs you. But yeah, the infrastructure for that is in the crowdfunding platform and the development fund that we're already working on.
Karen, I see your hand. You're muted somehow. You're not muted. You're not muted.
Still an echo? Still an echo? Still an echo? No, great. No. Hi, everybody. I just wanted to point out that we do have a Friends of GNOME program that we've had for a very long time. I know because I've been a donor, and I recommend everybody here to become a donor because the GNOME Foundation is totally set up to receive these small donations, and they make a huge, huge difference. Once upon a time, many of you may remember that the Friends of GNOME program, you used to have like sponsor a hacker, and we would all write like little thank you cards, which was really kind of fun. And I do think that in the interim, like in the last, like 3 years ago, I think there was a push to create a much larger individual fundraising push. And I think that and there was even a staffer who was like really focused on that at the time. That staffer is no longer with the GNOME Foundation. I wasn't on the board, certainly not executive director of the organization since then. But I know it was really hard to kind of push that program and amplify it. So I think that there's a really strong base and we've like gone up and down in my recollection, and Rosanna, correct me, but in the amount of like small donations from people who are in the GNOME kind of like, developer contributor community and people associated with them, and then sort of taking that and amplifying it one step out because, obviously GNOME is being repackaged as Rob says. And so there's some separation between the ways that we can ask for donations or not, depending on who our user base is and which ones of those we're trying to reach. Anyway, I think focusing on small individual donations from the user base is really excellent and just makes the incentives of the organization completely aligned with its public mission. So I'd love to do more to focus on that. But it's hard.
Thank you very much, Karen. To everyone here, on behalf of the staff, donate 50 cents or $1 if you can. So that's really great. In the future, could you say who you are and, if possible, who you represent? It would just be useful because I don't think anyone can see you who's remote. So that's okay. We have a question. Oh, you want to? Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, there we go. There we go. There we go. I'll try to be brief without the echo. Just a reminder for people who are interested in this idea and interested in how the foundation can help bring money in and get you all resources to do the work that you really want to do. This is part of our 5-year strategy. Tomorrow morning, first session of the day, get your coffee. Come chat with Richard and others about how we can refine this in our strategy. Share your ideas with us because we want to make this work for all of you and amplify the good work that you're doing.
Thank you. Also, thank you to Ian and Cassidy for being our sound people. You are awesome. When I said thank you, I didn't mean make more sound, but thanks for clapping. We have a question from the chat, so I'm going to read it out. I did see a hand back there. If you could walk up and use this mic after this question, cool. If you don't want to walk, I can also walk to you. All right. This is from Scott Jensen. Hi, Scott. Good to have you here. Scott gave the Exploring Future Concepts talk yesterday. UX designer, awesome person. Are there any pull requests for GNOME Circle? That is, are there any apps that we'd really like to see built? This is not GitHub pull request. And this is for the Circle committee, which means I may need the Circle person to come up and answer if they would like, unless anyone here would like to answer. I can come to you. I'll come to you. Come to you.
I think the libraries that were mentioned during the Greek presentation, but in particular, nothing. Oh, sure. Should I repeat all this again? This is basically a non-answer, sorry. But yeah, there's 40 applications that are under review, and we're interested in all of them, right? But no, nothing in particular, as far as I know.
That's great. It's also useful to have you say that, partially because we are contractually obligated to have an AGM, so the board has to sit there, but this is really about the community. So it's good to have community answers, even if they're not answers. So thank you. Since you're already here, you can just use this mic.
Okay. Hello, this is Sam, in case you can't see me. Funny you mentioned community. So I watched Ryan's talk on Friday and thought it was excellent. We didn't have a presentation this year from the engagement team, something we used to have. Can we have a community manager? Is that something that we can have? Can we have an equivalent of Ryan?
Thank you so much, Sam Thursfield. That is a very good question. I will say the majority of my work professionally has been as a community manager. In fact, there's so many communities I've managed that I forgot to mention the main one I've been managing for the past year in my intro, which is Curious, the community for universities and research institutions of an open source program's offices, which I don't want to repeat. Basically, university OSPOs, universities working in open source. I would love to have a community manager. I would love to talk to you and Ryan. Ryan is awesome, by the way. That was a great talk. I saw many people take screenshots of his slides at the same time, which was hilarious. I would love to talk about possible funding to hire that community manager. For now, I'm going to thank everyone else who also takes on parts of that role. Community manager is a huge role. It's very difficult. And a lot of the work that's being done that would normally be done by a community manager is in fact done by the staff. So I'm really grateful to the staff for being awesome. And I'm also grateful to all the hundreds of volunteers and the dozens who were listed earlier on the committees. I would love to talk further about strategizing. Again, that might be a good topic for the 5-year strategy. So, thank you. That was a question from the floor, which means I'm now going to look at the chat again. EJ has a question, so I'm going to read EJ's question out. Nope, that's a comment. Ideas for donations. Sophie and Garrett. This is great. Thank you so much for typing, everyone, in the GUADEC track. I'm an idiot. So if you could use question marks, that would really help me a lot. Yeah, just make it clear it's a question. Otherwise, I have to read a lot of text, and I'm doing a few things. I don't see any other questions there. I see a question on the floor. Since I'm already down here and I like exercise, I'll just come to you. It's just a bit easier, really. Again, name, project, question.
Hi, I'm Evan Welsh. GNOME project, but I guess specifically GJS, JavaScript, formerly kind of extensions and other things. I just had a question. So I think one of the highlights of the board, like priorities, is figuring out project governance. And so I'm curious, I think the majority would probably agree that there have been a lot of discussions about project governance this weekend and probably in Berlin and elsewhere. And so I'm curious how the board envisions or has rough ideas on bringing the community into that discussion on how to build project governance that's better than what we have now.
Thank you so much. And thank you for asking the board that, because it means I don't have to say anything. So who would like to take this on the board? Federico.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So one of the things we want to do in the board, and I think I'll probably be leading that effort, is to make a project governance team, council, committee, whatever we want to call it. My original proposal in my election bid was for a technical governance team. And I can talk a bit about that because it's the one I've given the most thought to, but we can go and talk about project governance in general for non-technical things. So for the first one, as you know, historically, we've given most of the decision-making power to maintainers of GNOME's individual modules. And this worked reasonably well when the project was small, people knew each other. But now that we're much larger, we have a bunch of libraries that really need to be kept stable, reliable, dependable. But we also have a bunch of new applications. The shell and the desktop are their own thing. It doesn't work as well as it used to. So I think we can take a lot of good ideas from other projects which already have governance processes. And the keyword here is a process. I've been taking a lot of inspiration from the Rust RFC process, which works reasonably well for them. There's a Python PEPs, the Python enhancement procedures. There's Django has something similar. Kubernetes has something similar. And the idea is that they have a well-defined process for people to be able to propose big changes to the system. It's not for like individual bug fixes or tiny small features that can just be implemented and shipped, but rather for big changes, which is where we have big trouble coordinating people. So there's a process for people proposing things. There's a process for how the discussion should proceed, whether people need to be appointed to implement things, develop things, investigate areas of the discussion. Within the process, there's deadlines so that discussions don't proceed forever with no resolution. So there's like deadlines for saying, okay, we're definitely gonna implement this based on consensus, or no, we are not going to implement this, we're going to do something else instead. And it's just a way for people to have big overarching technical discussions in an orderly fashion. So I think we should look into having something like that. Now, for project governance, this is a larger discussion we need to have. The board right now makes a lot of the decisions for strategy it defers the executive stuff to the executive director, of course, and the ED directs the staff for, the day-to-day happenings in the foundation. And we might want to have a conversation about how to have a larger project governance process, so that you don't just have to know the right people in the community to, push your agenda around, have these discussions. I'm sorry that this is a very vague answer, but yeah, I mean, we need to look into what kind of process we want to have.
Thank you, Federico. Any other comments from the board? Rob, you want to say something?
Hello. Always the same hands. Sorry. I think just from a process. Volume. Okay. I think just from a process perspective, the foundation doesn't want to impose a process onto the community. So I think very much in the same way as where the code of conduct sort of code and committee it's a consultation process, it's looking for feedback, it's looking for agreement and alignment across the community, that this is something that the community would like the foundation to host. So I see the same kind of thing. We need to sort of have some working groups, we need to have some consultation and dialogue with the community about the different ways this could go together, and then potentially board vote or membership vote that we all agree that this is what we're going to at least start with and see how it works. But I think there would be a sort of a bigger dialogue between the community and with the foundation kind of facilitating that.
Thank you, Barry. Hello, Ian. Thank you very much. Reminder to put the microphone directly next to your face. I want to clarify one thing earlier. Seems like that's enough for this topic for the board. When I said the staff earlier, I was talking about Melissa, who is the Community Development Manager. Manager of Community Development, which is over a community manager. That means she's also in charge of, say, donations, which is, when I say the staff has asked me to donate, I'm talking about Melissa asking me to ask you all to donate. So just saying she does a lot of the work of a community manager, and I would love to hear thoughts on that. I realize at no point in any of these slides has any way to contact me been presented, or litauer@gnome.org. Pretty simple, if you can spell Litauer. If you can't, just hit me up on Matrix. Any other questions? Yes, Sri. Do you want to walk down so I can stay up here for once? You're amazing.
There's also one more in Matrix.
And one more from Matrix after.
You might want to pre-read it.
Pre-read it.
Digest it.
So since we were on the topic of community management, and I am a community manager by trade. Can you hear me better? All right. I have a few concerns in regards to the GNOME committee, and one is silos. I feel like as a group, we tend to be in our own space, and we don't go out and go to others, right? LOS was an example of how we can actually break out of our silos and work with other projects. I want to see that further because as far as recognition in the overall open source space, we don't have one. And it hasn't been since Karen, thank you Karen, that we had gone out and have GNOME talks at other conferences. And I'd like to know what kind of planning are we going to do in terms of, or if there's thoughts about going outside of our communities and talking about GNOME, talking about the things we do, because we're not getting recognized for the engineering we do here because it's substantial. And I feel bad that we don't get the kudos that we do in terms of our engineering. So.
Thank you very much. Sri, any board members want to field that one? No, from my side, I'm interested in doing that. As Ryan said in his amazing talk, you have to own your story. It's the job of the executive director to make sure that the story is owned. But really, I want to make sure that we highlight the amazing work going on. and I'll be doing everything I can to make that happen during my tenure here. I would love help crafting narrative, and my inbox is always open. I'm so glad you're giving a talk at FOSSE. For those of you who don't know, I live in New Zealand. Awkward. Thank you so much. That's a great question. Any board members want to keep going? Rob?
Yeah, I mean, this is hugely important for just being an effective part of the wider open source kind of community and ecosystem. So we do some of this. I think we could structure it more and involve more people in it. So it's kind of it is a community management question about how we arrange ourselves to go out to other events. The staff do work there. We've gone into different places. We've got Australia and New Zealand covered now, thanks to Richard. But you know, I think we also, through the advisory board, we relate to other non-profits and open source projects that sort of connect to GNOME on a sort of user and a technical level. I think that's somewhere that we could develop. I think there are other sort of very logical open source projects that we can bring into those advisory board contexts and sort of just lean into some of those connections where people do kind of use GNOME or they use our technology. So I think that would be a good way for the board to kind of sort of step into this and say, hey, we can build some more connections here, as well as speaking, as well as kind of having spokespersons in different arenas.
Pablo also has a hand raised in Big Blue Button.
Cool, Pablo. Cool, Pablo. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Not sure you can see me, but I'm Pablo Correa Gomez, new elected member of the board. I am, regardless of this question, I am a bit in an awkward position because I wear two hats. I am part of the Postmarket OS core team. So Postmarket OS is a distribution focused on Linux Mobile, a distribution that has biggest support for phones and tablets, any kind of devices that are not Intel laptops, with very big difference. And I think one of the things that has been a success for our community has been reaching out. And like the fact that I am here, I think maybe it's a small success of the GNOME project in that regard, because Postmarket OS has strongly engaged with upstream, meaning GNOME, to actually make this possible, to actually benefit GNOME from our perspective, and like from the things that, I mean, get stuff from GNOME that we need, and at the same time contribute things that ended up on me becoming maintainer for a soon-to-be GNOME core app. And that is possible because the GNOME community is open. So I think there's a bit of things that I would say that the GNOME is already doing good. But at the same time, I also recognize that it's, as an external project, it's harder to engage with GNOME because there's sometimes a gap between the community and the foundation. So it's much easier, and also because it's different bureaucratic levels, it's easier to get involved to contribute to a core app than it is to get the foundation to sign a partnership with somebody, for example. Because those channels are not established. And at the same time, for example, in Postmarket OS, we do have access to users. We do have access to manufacturers. But when I say that I'm in a bit of an awkward position, is because Postmarket OS acts as a proxy for GNOME. Because GNOME can't run on a Samsung Galaxy S7. GNOME can't run on a Fairphone 5. Well, it can run, but the GNOME project doesn't have the infrastructure for it, doesn't have the people with the skill set for it. And it does need to build partnerships to be able to access to those things. And that's hard. That's something that maybe we could do, but that's something that will take time and needs a very clear strategic direction. But I think GNOME could have the potential to do that and to expand outside, to reach to people using GNOME and actually expand outside this small bubble, building partnership with other people. I'm not sure if that's something, that's not something we have discussed so far in the board, but that's something that GNOME has the opportunity to do. I think that's it from my side.
Thank you so much, Pablo. I've been instructed that we are out of time. There are 3 more questions here. One of them is that it's no secret the burn down the last 4 years has shrunk the runway. Do you have any strategic ideas on how you would right the ship in terms of income? Yes. 2, Can we have an award for the extensions? I would love that. Come talk to me after. What did you have in mind? I'm looking forward to talking with you. I think those are the questions that I can answer at the moment. I will say I brought in over $500,000 of funding so far in my career for my communities. I'm very happy to keep doing that work. So that's exciting. Those are all the questions we have time for at the moment. I think I've answered everything that was there. I want to thank everyone here for being here and being awesome. I want to thank those of you in the live stream for dealing with, not even seeing me talk. Hello. And for the board members, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for taking the time. And for everything. Sponsors are great. Oh yeah, we have one other thing we need to do. I am wearing pants. I'm not gonna make that joke. Rob.
GUADEC is strictly a pants-on event. Oops, I made the joke. Sorry. I'm going to hand over to Federico.
All right. Last but not least, for the annual general meeting is our award of the Pants of Thanks. The Pants of Thanks are a tradition we have in GNOME since, I don't know, many years ago, many years ago. And each year we award a pair of pants or similarly suitable garment for the lower body, where we thank a person for their contribution to GNOME over the years when it has been just amazing. And this year, we have a person who I think all of us esteem very much. He has been working on GNOME for a very long time. He has been the face of GNOME towards internships for a very long time. He has been in the Code of Conduct Committee, keeping the community safe, and he's just generally one of the most fantastic people in the project. If I may announce the winner of this year's Pants of Thanks Award, please give a big applause to Felipe Borges.
Those pants are not the pants we will send him. Those are my shorts. Because he's not here, we will send them to him over the mail. We'll get his sizing and everything later. Just as a visual representation, 2 shorts equals one pant. So thank you so much. That's all we have time for today, everyone. Thank you for coming to the AGM. Thank you for coming to GUADEC. Enjoy the rest of the talks today. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Are you recording? Everyone? Can you hear me okay? Great. So welcome to Design Teams Going On. My name's Alan Day. I'm joined by Jakob Steiner and Tobias Bernard. And we're here to talk on behalf of the design team. Not everyone is here today, but we're representing the wider group. And this talk is primarily an update on what the design team has been doing over the past 12 months. We gave a talk last year at GUADEC in Riga, where we gave a much more extensive kind of overview of what the design team has been doing and what we're working towards. This talk is a little bit smaller in scale, but we're going to just talk about what we've been doing and what our plans are for the near future. A lot of what I'm going to present here, or we're going to present here, it's not just our work. There's a lot of other people involved, and what we're going to be talking about is the general state of GNOME user experience, and there's lots of people who are contributing to that. If you are interested in some of the longer-term projects and our longer-term plans, I would encourage you to go back and watch the talk from last year, because that's got a lot more information, a lot more context, and was a lot better prepared than this one. This is going to be a little bit interesting because we've had to pull it together in a short space of time, so please be kind. Did I miss anything? Okay, so before I go on, I'd like to talk a little bit about the GNOME design team. We are a fairly informal group. We're primarily made up of a number of people who've been involved in GNOME user experience work for a long time. That includes myself, Tobias and Jakob, who are on stage, but also Cassidy, who's busy in Denver helping to organize GUADEC over there, and Sam Hewitt, who has worked on GNOME design for many years. We're also very lucky to have some new contributors who are getting involved, particularly in the shape of Braga, Jamie, and Laura. So we're very pleased to have them involved. And yeah, new contributors, great. So the team is growing, which is great. But yes, there are lots more people involved in this, and this is really just like really like the core of the design side, but there's lots and lots of other people involved. Right, and now I'll hand it over to Jakob.
Thank you, Alan. So the design team always puts me on stage because of my handsome looks. Unfortunately, there's a very hot summer day in Berlin, so I'm all sweaty and old because of the heat. So that part is sadly not very good, but I'm going to be talking about visual design. I'll start with things that I've been approached here about, which is icon design. I keep posting these sketches on Mastodon, and people get really interested. But what I want to talk about is that we have a very lovely process to get new app developers, get their app icon designed through the means of our little design community. So we have this app icon request repository where people are requesting their design, their icon to be designed. Of course, we try to reach out outside of the GNOME space as well with FlatHub now. We just want to see high quality app icons also outside of GNOME itself. So as you can see, I mean, this big redesign that happened a couple of years back has really been delivering, from my perspective, rather than centralizing using icon themes, a concept that I don't think has worked very well. We have, if you look at FlatHub, we have many new apps coming from places like Circle. That's another very successful project for GNOME, where we have like a certain process to make sure that the app actually ships with a reasonable app icon. So I think this is, and also like many of the newcomers, of the design team also went through and do a fair bit of icon designing, because it's a very nice onboarding space to have quality contributions to design. It's really lovely. Another space where GNOME, I think, is really strong. Our brand comes across with really high-quality wallpapers, and you can tell, a GNOME desktop very, very easily by just looking at the default wallpapers. That continues. The upcoming release is going to feature more. How do they do it? Stephen Jobs would be like, yeah, there's going to be amazing, more amazing than ever before. It's the best release yet when it comes to wallpapers. No, seriously, I shouldn't get excited about formats, but I think it's great that the wallpapers are really tiny, and we can present more lovely artwork than before, because usually we had to do a lot of replacing. Now the replacing is not based on, we can't really ship that many wallpapers because it's too big, but it's about providing a nice selection of wallpapers that are, differ in the looks. We also updated the previous release. There's been some minor updates to the cursors. There's going to be more updates coming. I'm going to be talking later about platform. So the spinny things have changed. So there's updates on parts of the visuals as well. Another thing that I'm going to shortly mention is websites. There's been a big push, mainly by Alan, to find a reasonable alternative to the mainly dysfunctional wiki, where a lot of the information is just not up to date. A lot of effort is spent on fighting spam, and the good thing about our infrastructure is GitLab, and so many of the web projects focus around the community management, access, easy updates through GitLab. And there's two very important projects that Alan and team have been working on. One of them is the handbook project, which is this the new place, but also a lot of new core essentials how to become part of the GNOME community now exist. There's also a specific place for newcomers that Sophie has kicked off, which is called the Welcome website. There's other web projects that we're working on. They still haven't landed, but I'm quite excited about them. The main part is the main our user-facing website, which we want to update to the current visuals, and just from my perspective, just make sure that we present an up-to-date version of GNOME on the website than what's currently there. Another project, Felipe unfortunately didn't manage to come to Mini GUADEC, but he's been finally successful in moving Planet GNOME, which is the aggregator of personal blogs of GNOME people, to the 21st century. And so that project hopefully lands very soon, and I'm really excited. Like I shouldn't be, but this is the website that I'm really excited, because I usually, like when I'm involved, I want to extinguish the biggest fires, and like Planet GNOME is really outdated these days. And I'd like to give the word back to Alan for settings.
Okay, thanks, Jakob. I'm going to give a brief update on what's been happening on the user experience of the settings app since last year, 12 months ago. I'm not going to cover everything here. The settings project, or what was historically the control center, it's got this really amazing developer team around it now, lots of community engagement, and they're driving a lot of the user experience themselves, and often we're just kind of trying to help out where we can, which is fantastic. You know, that's how we like things, and that's going really well. So there's so much activity there that I can't describe everything. I'm just going to give some of the highlights from my perspective, but believe me, there's a lot more, and a lot of credit that needs to go to those contributors for making all of that work happen. So one of the big changes we had for GNOME 46 is the new system panel. And one of the main goals behind this was to try and reduce the number of entry points at the beginning of the app, so that people don't just have this huge long list of potential categories to search through. So this helps to just overall make the navigation experience a lot easier for people. And I think so far this seems to be performing very well. And I've had some positive feedback about it, so this is very welcome. And it also gives us a place where we can add other new things to the settings app in a navigation structure that makes sense and doesn't continually grow out of hand. We've had a number of new settings added to the touchpad settings, particularly secondary click, and also I can't remember. There's more, but this is part of an effort to make sure that all the key settings that we do have available on the platform are properly exposed. Some of these were only available in the Tweaks app previously. We're trying to make it possible for people to use all the settings they need without having to go to another utility. And this panel has been one particular area where we've been doing that. So that's really great. And I think having it here and presented in this clear way with the little instruction videos and so on is really helpful from an onboarding and a documentation perspective, because it means that people can go into the settings and see how it's supposed to work. And I have to say, after 15 years plus of using GNOME, I've been working on it as a designer, I didn't understand exactly how all the touchpad stuff worked until we actually did this. So I have found it very educational. We've had a lot of work around online accounts, which is fantastic. Some of that work has been supported by Sovereign Tech Fund, so thank you, Sovereign Tech Fund, that's brilliant. A lot of that work happened under the hood, but there's also been a user experience refresh, and all the UI has been improved as part of that, and we've been involved in that, so that's great. This is all things that happened in GNOME 46, the last stable release. And one final change there that I'm going to mention is the remote login, which this is just on the surface, the settings part of it. Like the majority of the work happened elsewhere as part of this new feature that was added to the system. But we've been supporting that effort with the settings design for that new feature. Okay. We do have some, sorry, before I hand this over, I just remembered, there are a lot of things that are coming in the upcoming version of settings, which I don't have images for here, but we are currently working on. That includes a new digital well-being settings panel, which Philip is working on. We've got improvements to the power settings that are hopefully coming, and many other things. So this is an active area as far as the design team is concerned. Now Tobias.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm gonna be talking a little bit about a few system things. As you can see, like the slides here are not super fleshed out. Yeah, we've long had this interest in parental controls along with digital well-being more generally, and this is finally sort of happening, at least like the first parts of it, thanks to Philip and I think a grant from the Endless Foundation or something via the GNOME Foundation. So this is actually being worked on, and like the parts that are not going to land this cycle are going to land next cycle or in the future. I think at this point we don't quite know what's going to land. Watch Philip's talk. But yeah, this is actively being worked on at a system level. Another one that's kind of difficult to show is the home encryption work that Adrian and others and the systemd people and everyone have been working on as part of the SDF grant and other interested parties who have been helping. And the idea here is basically just improving the security of like the computer in various states. For example, when it's locked or suspended, like allowing the actual like home directory to remain encrypted. There are a number of like UX related issues that need to be resolved to make that work well. Some of which are still being figured out. For example, like the multi-user thing is very tricky because you need some ButterFS features, and so there's a lot of complicated stuff to this. But the TLDR is that like in, I don't know, 1 or 2 cycles, like we're gonna have really good encryption for home directories as part of like Home D support. Another one that's also been worked on in many small pieces, but also some large pieces, is accessibility and Orca in particular, the screen reader. So from the design side, Sam Hewitt has been working on sort of helping people with like design aspects of accessibility across the stack, but also like just literally fixing a lot of bugs in, for example, GNOME Shell, the style sheet, like fixing high contrast and so on. And there's also some longer term stuff here that I was thinking about including the mockups, but they look kind of boring. It's just like a bunch of lists and like switches and so on for the Orca settings, which if you've ever seen them, they are installed on all your computers. You can open them. Somehow I'm like super sure why, but like how, but look it up. And if you look at the current ones, it's like the most old like sort of GTK3 thing possible. And there is a plan to like bring that to more modern design. When exactly it's going to happen, I think it depends more on implementation, but there are some really good things happening in accessibility at the moment there. And a final thing here that Julian has been working on, I think, for 2 years off and on, and it's now finally landed, is remember when we had like these generated avatars, like whatever, since 5 years or something, we've had like generated avatars as the default, and they never really looked in line with the ones we use everywhere else because complicated reasons like the widget couldn't be embedded in GNOME Shell and I don't know, a lot of complicated stuff. But now finally we have the good new ones in GNOME Shell on the login screen, which I'm very, very happy about. It's the kind of thing where you see people like in the wild using like a default GNOME setup, and like it bugs me every time so much, and now it's finally fixed. So if you still have one of these old ones, like remove the thing and it'll reset to this good one. Right, that's it for System. I'm giving it back to Jakob.
All right, I'm going to be talking about a platform, which is one of the great things that app developers are really enjoying. I'll start with the spinner. You saw that I presented one of the cursors, and those changes were driven by the changes on the platform. So libudwider now is able to render, thanks to the great work of Alice, to render a proper widget for the progressing state. You're seeing a static image. I just had, but I think I have the sort of design stage. We went through a couple of spinners, and I feel like I should be just standing. Still, just to confuse somebody when they're watching the YouTube stream. All right. Yeah. So this is one of the things. I'm gonna do a demo at the end of this segment. So the spinner is coming. So it's gonna be rendered. This is probably the most visible context where our old spinner didn't work quite well. We just used an icon that we spinned with CSS, but rendering our symbolics at larger sizes makes them kind of bold, weighty, so it doesn't look as good as what we have now. There's new widgetry. Most of them are like great for are addressing the adaptiveness, so they're really great for either the mobile use case or just like having smaller window sizes, dialogues. Again, we had the sort of edge dialog buttons forever, but this again is great for being adaptive, and also relates to another thing that I'm going to talk about very soon. We're switching software to render a typeface. It's hopefully we're going to iron out a couple of decisions that need to be made, because into our new default typeface, in many contexts there's decisions that need to be made. But I think like you saw us, it's usually, for me personally, when I start using something new and then don't want to go back to the old stuff, we're in a good spot, and I really, really don't want to go to the old stuff. So hopefully GNOME 47, we will be switching to a new typeface for the UI. A big change that we're rolling out with 47 is going to be a customizability focused feature called accent colors. So there's a balance to strike between customizability and like being able to test your apps and making sure that stuff remains legible. And different contexts can be challenging with things like the warning and other contexts. But I think we are getting there, striking a good balance. There's going to be a few changes on the wallpaper side to like color match with the selected colors still, but I think it's looking pretty good. The core apps are all respecting the user provided accent colors. I'm going to demo a few things, which is going to be a very exciting demo, and it's going to work. And so first thing, I don't know. I'll do the spinner, because the spinner is like, it's moving, so it's exciting. Yeah, so this is the spinner. And you will notice it spins, but like the acceleration part does not happen at the same spot. It's just, which is great for if you want to render it into like our boot animation. It takes way too many frames to do that. So we have also the cursors are also simplified. So the actual platform spinner is more sophisticated than the other ones. Is there anything else? Bottom sheet, multi-layout. So there's a new widget that like allows to switch the layout depending on the window size. So you see a sidebar, but if there's not enough room, it's actually a bottom bar. And also like, this becomes like, if it's very narrow. Exciting demo. All right, core apps.
Of course, for the platform work, a special shout has to go to Alice, who drives a lot of that work. Yeah. Okay. I will attempt to summarize everything that has been happening in our core application suite in the past year in the space of 5 minutes. I'm going to miss some things. I'm really sorry to anyone if I've missed something important. I've done my best, but there's so much ground to cover that there's undoubtedly going to be something important that isn't included here. Sincere apologies in advance. So one of the big long-running projects that we've had around our application user experience has been the port to GTK4 from GTK3. That's a technical project, but it also has a lot of significant user experience changes built into it. And we've made some really excellent progress in that initiative over the past 12 months. So GNOME 46 included new GTK4 ports for the document scanner app, the system monitor, and we've had, I really do have 5 minutes. And we've also had the disks GTK4 ports merged. That isn't in a stable release yet, but is being worked towards. And really now this project's getting towards its tail end. I think we've only got a few core apps left to port to GTK4, so that's really fantastic. We've also got some other GTK4 ports that are in the works. This is Papers, which is a new GTK4-based fork of Evince, which is now also GTK4. It's like buses, you wait around for one GTK4 document viewer and then two come along at once. We've got some new apps coming in, which is really exciting. This is the new Decibels app, which has been implemented by a new member to the community. So that's really exciting. Like, we did the design work for this, and then someone turned up with the implementation. Absolutely amazing. This is intended as a companion to the music player. So whereas the music player is primarily designed as a collection browser or a collection-based experience, primarily for music, this is an app which is specifically designed for playing standalone audio files, which generally aren't music. So that's the kind of distinction that we're making. People might not use it a huge amount, but it's a useful app to have in the suite and fills a gap, so that's great. We've got another new app that's currently in the incubation phase, which is Showtime, which Laura is working on, and we're involved closely with that process. That's very exciting to have a modern GTK4-based video player in the works. We've also had a number of significant initiatives around existing core apps and making design updates there. In GNOME 46, the Files app was a particular focus for that. This screenshot here is showing the new global search feature with this search everywhere button. So this is intended to allow it easily going from a very specific local search in a particular directory to searching all indexed locations. And it provides a direct route into search when you maybe don't want to have to think about where exactly it is that you're searching. You just know that you just want to enter the file name or search in the file contents and get there much more quickly than having to click through. So that's great, and we have some more plans around how to make more of that search feature in future releases. We also had an update to the long-running operations UI, which isn't shown here, but that was another major change for GNOME 46. And we've got more changes coming in 47, particularly looking at the sidebar, but also plenty of other smaller changes. And again, Files and Nautilus is another app where there's a very healthy community around that app, and a lot of that is thanks to Antonio, who we have in the room. So big thanks to Antonio for that. Yeah, and we're very happy. We love being in that place of having those community teams that are really engaged with user experience and really understand user experience, and we're able to be partners to that process. Like, we're very much kind of just working in collaboration. So a few words on plans that we have for the future. These are just a few mock-ups that I found in our repository of things that are yet to be implemented, We don't have particular plans, or like this is an ongoing work. These are future directions that we'd like to go in for the core apps. So we've got a set of designs for a modernized system monitor, which is something that could be interesting. We've got outstanding design work that we're interested in looking at around the grid view in files and how to make that more engaging and visually attractive and useful. And we even have, this is a slightly older mock-up you can see, but this is still something we're interested in, and having a font manager app, like building some more management capabilities into the existing GNOME Fonts app. There are lots of other things that we'd like to be doing. And so if there is anyone who's interested in doing core app work, do come and speak to us, because that's something we always want to talk about. Right, I'm sorry, Tobias.
I'll bring us home. It was not much. So yeah, a little bit about the shell. Yeah, I think we don't super need to talk about it, but last cycle in 45, the not last cycle, the one before, we landed the activities indicator replacement for the old activities button. I think you've all seen it. We don't need to talk about it. And in the most recent cycle, or in the most recent 2 cycles, Julian and others have put a lot of work into notifications. Some of those things have landed in 46 already. So like there's expanding, there's bigger icons, there's all kinds of nice visual changes. And going forward, we want to do even more on top of that, including grouping by app. A number of sort of spec-related changes that are going to make things just nicer in general. And then in a future step after that, also grouping by thread. So you like actually have nicely sort of organized notifications. 2 more things that are sort of potentially still planned for 47. One is this user login grid that we've designed in 2018 or something, a very long time ago, and has so far never happened, but we would still like it to happen, and maybe it's actually going to happen this cycle. So that would be exciting. or not, no promises. And the other one is this, which there is ongoing work for, which is enterprise login support for like single sign-on systems that various corporate deployments have. And I think there's like various connected things to this that are going to enable, I don't know, future login things with whatever FIDO support and so on. Not my area of expertise, but yeah, potentially also 47. And with that, a few thanks to some of the people who have helped us make all of this happen. I think we've already mentioned Alice, Florian, who maintains GNOME Shell. Everything, yes, GNOME Shell from the UI side in particular. Julian, who's been doing the work in notifications. Angelo, who made the Decibels app. Sonny for organizing everything along SDF and everything else. Felipe, who maintains, I think, most of settings, or all of settings. Automates is someone who just shows up in all the places on GitLab where like something is slightly wrong with the HIG and just like fixes it. It's very cool. Thanks to them. Maximiliano for various things around the stack, libadwaita, snapshot, and everything else. Disks. Antonio, already mentioned them, but can never mention them enough, for files. And Philip for the work on parental controls and well-being and also everything else, glib and so on. So yeah, thanks so much. And of course, there are many, many more people who are not mentioned here, but the slide is only so big. And yeah, probably I forgot someone important. But thanks to all of them as well. So yeah, you can get involved in GNOME design in, for example, these places, or come talk to us. And thank you very much. That's all it. I'm guessing we have no time for questions. We're well over, right? Yeah, okay. Then if you have questions, come find us later. Thank you.
I'm going to basically repeat that. If anybody has questions.
Next up, Adrian Vivok is going to be talking about supporting home directory encryption.
All right, hello everyone, I'm Adrian, and I'm going to be talking about home directory encryption. So the what and the why, this is a talk about systemd homed, which is a service added in systemd version 245 about 4 years ago. And what it does is it manages all your home directories for you. It replaces the traditional etc password and all of those databases with something newer. And it comes with a bunch of benefits. The big one is going to be encryption. So homed will take your home directories and encrypt them on disk. And this is distinct from full disk encryption because each home directory is encrypted with its own key. So this is a more private kind of encryption where your data is only accessible if that specific user is logged in, but all the other users still have their data protected. Homed's encryption is also beneficial because it can actually suspend the encryption at runtime, which means if you take your laptop and close the lid, it will throw out the encryption key and all your data will be protected again until you log back into the laptop. And this is its big selling point. But it has other benefits too. Portability. So usually your user is spread across a bunch of database files all over your system. You have etc password, etc shadow, varlib account service, and this is all over the place. It makes it really difficult to take a user and transition it to a new laptop, for example. Homed does this differently. It puts all your settings in one file called .identity. It's inside of the home directory, which means if you move the home directory onto a different machine, your user now exists on that other machine. Homed is extensible, which means that unlike all the traditional databases, you can actually add new settings to homed over time. It's built to avoid fragmenting itself into a bunch of database files, which is where we are today. And this works because this .identity file is just JSON with a set of standardized keys. So if we want to add more functionality, we can add more keys as it comes up. And fancy authentication. So homed allows you to do smart card logins, and that would be similar to the existing smart card support, except it actually does crypto on the smart card. So the smart card is what is generating the key to decrypt all your data. So it's a more secure form of smart card authentication. And this will also open the door for kind of Windows Hello-esque features like cryptographically secure fingerprint readers. And maybe you know, secure enclave TPM things we can put together to emulate something as secure as Windows Hello or macOS's authentication. And that was a really quick summary of homed. If you want to know more about homed itself, there's a talk at All Systems Go 2019 where Leonard discussed it. Just keep in mind this talk is from 5 years ago. So Leonard will mention some limitations that are not a thing anymore. They've been solved since then. Most importantly is SSH login. We've fixed that. You can log into SSH with a homed user now. Yeah. All right, so if homed is so great, why aren't you using it yet? Well, there's a couple components missing. For one, your lock screen. So homed works, it will re-encrypt your home directory when you put your computer to sleep, and the normal GNOME lock screen is running within your session and it needs access to the home directory. So the issue is if we keep things as they are, when you open your laptop again, the lock screen might be completely non-functioning and you will not be able to log back into your system, which is not good. And the second thing that's missing is account service. An account service is GNOME's source of truth about what users exist on the system, what their name is, what their profile picture is, and so on. And it's also used by GNOME to change users. Account service will actually look at etc password directly on disk. It doesn't use any APIs that homed hooks into. And so account service just has no idea that HOMD users exist in the first place, and therefore GNOME has no idea that HOMD users exist. All right, before I get into talking about all the work I've done, there's some language that's confusing about HOMD. There's a lot of terms that have multiple meanings, and they're all used together at the same time. So, for example, the lock screen, what is that? With HOMD, there are now 2 lock screens. So the first one is the screen shield, and that's the existing traditional one where it's just UI that's placed over top of your session. And until you type your password in or re-authenticate some other way. And now there's this new secure lock screen, as I'm going to call it, and that is the secondary lock screen that is now running in GDM outside of your session, which will allow HOMD to function. Encryption key, there's a couple of these involved. It's usually going to mean the volume key, which is the actual key used to actually encrypt the data on disk. But I'm going to put 3 dots there because there's other keys and there will be more keys in the future. So just keep in mind it's a loaded term. Suspend, there's a couple different definitions of suspending too. There's your normal system suspend that would just sleep. Just you close your laptop lid and it goes to sleep. And then there's something called Lux suspend, and this is really the core of HOMD's functionality. Basically what it does is it erases your encryption key from memory to prevent data from being decryptable. And then it will freeze all incoming I/O requests. It'll actually just leave them in a queue forever until you log back in and Lux resume. And this will freeze that thread. So if you have a process in your user session that's accessing the disk, it has a risk of being frozen, but other processes will happily keep running, and this will be a problem, as we'll get to later. Lock, this has, again, multiple definitions. We have the traditional lock, which is the existing lock screen, where a screen shield is just placed over a running session. Then we have a HOMD lock. This is a really low-level concept in HOMD, actually, and it is basically a Lux suspend with some state tracking added on top of it inside of the HOMD service. So a HOMD lock isn't actually what we want, and systemd unfortunately exposes some UI for it. So you could type home control lock. You don't ever want to do that. That's a HOMD lock and it will break your session. So what you actually want is a secure lock, and this is what the designers decided to call it, at least for now. So this is a user visible name for it. And this is a HOMD lock with additional plumbing placed on top of it. So it'll be, it'll tell GDM to put itself on screen. It will actually warn apps about the fact that they're about to get encrypted. So apps have time to prepare, maybe close file descriptors, flush some of their own caches. Like something like Signal, for example, might have its own encryption keys in its own memory that it might want to get rid of when you're going into a secure lock. So apps can respond to this via APIs I'll talk about later. All right, so now that that's out of the way, let's talk about all the work that's been done. Freezing. As I mentioned before, a Lux suspend will put your session in a weird state where half of it can be frozen and half of it can be running. This is bad because GNOME shell might get frozen and your dbus daemon might not. Dbus daemon decides that GNOME shell has crashed and will disconnect it from the bus, which means the next time you log into your system, your session is gone. And this has been fixed and it's released in systemd version 256. Blob directories. I mentioned earlier that these .identity files that define HOMD users, they're JSON, and JSON cannot store binary data. Which means something like your profile picture, which is an important part of your user identity on your system, is impossible to store with HOMD. So that needed to be corrected, and this was actually a little more involved than you'd expect because HOMD has a lot of requirements about the integrity of this user record file. It'll actually sign it and verify that signature. So we needed to support that with these blob directories. But we support that now. The API is quite convenient. You basically get a directory and you have well-known file names in there to put things like your profile picture. And that's also been released in version 256. Updating records. As I mentioned, HomeD is pretty strict about record integrity, and it was actually a little more strict before I got to it. It wouldn't let you edit a record unless you typed in the user's password. Any edit you want to make, you had to re-authenticate, and this isn't convenient at all because system administrators should be able to, for example, impose limits like RAM usage limits on users without having to know their password. So the first step to fixing this is we made it so that HomeD can actually listen to administrator overrides on settings. So if the user's logged in, the settings are applied immediately, or we reuse the key that's already in memory to propagate all the settings into the home directory. If the user's not currently logged in, we will put those changes to the side, we'll save it in var, and then the next time the user logs in, all those settings get applied. So yeah, that solves the problem. So administrators can now change user settings without user involvement. So that part has landed in 256 also. The second part to this is letting users change some of their own settings. And this can actually be quite dangerous because group membership is in this same file. So if a user can add themselves to the wheel group, for example, they become an administrator, and we don't want that. So we have an allow list that we've added, which will basically limit what a user can change about themselves, and it's limited by default to things like your username, your real display name, your profile picture, things like that. And this is still work in progress, but it will be convenient to have this landed once things like GNOME settings will start talking to HomeD directly. For now, it's not strictly necessary for HomeD. All right, and finally, and this is the biggest piece, is this login plumbing. I mentioned earlier the distinction between a HomeD lock and a secure lock, and all of the secure lock machinery has gone into login. We've added new APIs to login. Some of these APIs we might want to push through GNOME session eventually so that apps have a user space safe API they can talk to, but the plumbing is there in systemd to do that. It's all in login. This is still pending. This this is what I was working on when I was reassigned to a different task. Yep. An account service. This is the account service work is basically about making account service look up HomeD users, enumerate them, and allow changing them too. It's all there. We did everything we could fit into the existing account service API. Most notably, we couldn't fit password changes. So account service cannot change a HomeD account's password because account service's API is just not compatible with that. So clients will need to talk to HomeD directly to achieve that. And account services HomeD support has recently, like about a week ago, landed into their Git main branch, so it will be in the next release. All right, those are all the upstream changes, and now here's everything that needs to happen in GNOME. And all of this is work in progress. None of this has landed yet. Some of it's been kind of reviewed, but initial reviews, things like that. So settings, as I mentioned, account service cannot change passwords. So settings can now talk to HomeD directly to do that. Same with initial setup. Initial setup has to talk to HomeD directly to create a user and then set their password because we cannot do that through account service. The secure lock screen, that needs support. So GDM connects to all of this login plumbing that we've put together to start a special session that's running on a separate virtual terminal. And then GNOME Shell has special UI added, a new session mode, that allows it to show the normal screen shield with nothing underneath it, and all the bug fixes that go with that, because the screen shield wasn't designed for that initially. And then GNOME OS. This was kind of the obvious testing platform for all these changes. So there's a patch set to apply everything on top of GNOME OS, and we can build a GNOME OS image with full HomeD support. And if you want to get the latest updates about what patches are necessary, what versions of everything you need to be running, check that merge request for GNOME OS. If you're a distro and you're looking into possibly supporting HomeD, this is what you need to implement to support HomeD in your distro. All right, future work, because this work isn't done. We need to land everything that is still pending, reviews, at rebases, all of that. I would suggest that we start phasing out account service, and by that I mean clients should start talking to HomeD directly. My understanding is that account service was a temporary solution that became permanent, and so we have unified APIs in systemd now to kind of replace account service. So if you want more details, come talk to me. Fancier auto secure lock. Right now, if you close your laptop lid, it will re-encrypt. So whenever your system is suspended, it will re-encrypt your data, which is great for a laptop. It's terrible for a phone, because when you're locked, you don't get notifications, you don't get music playback. All of that is frozen and not running. So we need a fancier UX to decide when to lock, when not to lock. Should we lock after 24 hours of inactivity, something like that. Auto resizing. Due to limitations of the kernel, well, first of all, HomeD uses loopback files for the home directory, which means they have a fixed size, and due to limitations of the kernel, we cannot elegantly resize them dynamically to emulate this, like you have one/home directory and then all the users share that space. We need changes in the kernel for that. Come talk to me if you're interested in working on that. I can point you in the right direction. Cache purging. Right now, the kernel will keep decrypted file contents in cache, in the page cache, and it's even if you use like a USB stick, an encrypted USB stick, this is the case. There's mitigations in the kernel that will let this cache be wiped eventually, but they tank system performance. So this requires more kernel work. Again, come talk to me. I can indicate our ideas on how to fix that. And finally, this is the big one, encryption layering. Right now, if you want to put multiple encrypted partitions on top of each other, you get exponentially worse performance because you're encrypting the data over and over and over again. I took some inspiration from Android and put together a proposal on how to layer encryption on top of itself at the cost of encrypting the data just once, which will allow very fancy use cases like having HomeD protecting your entire user, but then individual Flatpak apps get their own data encrypted again with per app keys. So that way, your banking app, for example, can lock itself even during a normal insecure lock. This, again, requires kernel work, and come talk to me. There is no time for a demo, unfortunately, but I have a laptop running this weird GNOME OS build, so I can come, if you come talk to me, I'll demonstrate it for you. And I want to thank the Sovereign Tech Fund for funding all my work. I want to thank the GNOME Foundation for administrating the fund. I want to thank Sonny Piers and Tobias Bernard for organizing that grant. I want to thank Leonard for designing and developing HomeD and then helping me with reviews and coming up with solutions to all the problems. And I want to thank Ray Strode, Marco, Valentin, Felipe, and all the other reviewers that have been helping me land all of this so far. Yeah, I'm happy to take questions.
maybe I missed this earlier, but is your directory created encrypted at user account creation time, or is this something that can be done post-install, and can you add and remove encryption to an existing home directory like that?
On the home directories, you mean?
Yeah.
So there's a specific, there's a loopback file with a very specific partition table structure inside of there. There is a somewhat unofficial tutorial about how to take your existing user account and turn it into an encrypted HOMD user. But if you want the encryption, generally the recommendation is to just create a new user and then copy all your data over, do something like that.
Okay, so there's no migration step that would have to be done.
Yeah.
Is this on? Oh, okay. Sorry. In terms of phasing out account service, it's true that it was designed to be temporary and obsoleted by something that never came. And it's not the greatest library and service that we have in our desktop. But if its replacement is systemd HOMD, well, I know some distros like Fedora are very interested in systemd HOMD, but others will probably just revert whatever changes we do and patch account service back in. So I'm curious thoughts on that, and also the password changing APIs. I wonder if it might be possible to just add a new API for password changing to account service and tell people to use that instead of the older one. The account service library APIs, in particular, they're worse than the dbus APIs. So I think the dbus service isn't too bad.
So systemd actually has an API below HOMD. It's called userdb, and it's designed to be super extensible. We could put LDAP in there. We could put normal user accounts. And it's pretty trivial to implement. So I think people that don't like systemd can kind of split that out into their like kind of userdb or whatever they want to call it. So I don't think that's necessarily a huge concern. As for adding APIs to account service, the problem is that account service combines reading user settings with changing them in ways that aren't compatible with all backends. So if you have like an LDAP user, for example, maybe you can't change a password. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. So clients kind of need to be aware of what kind of user they're dealing with anyway, and at that point, why not talk to the native API of that user if they already need to support them case by case anyway. It's kind of my reasoning for it, but we can discuss that more later.
So I know there's more questions, but we're out of time. Please, approach Adrian in the hallway or ask them in the channel. So next up, for the next 5 minutes, we have a break, and in this room, we'll have making WebKit GTK accessible again. And track 2, we have AI navigating the chaos. Those will start at 1:55.
Hello. Yeah, let's begin. Yeah, my name is Georgios, in case you didn't know, or in case you didn't catch one of the other two presentations that I was here. And today's topic is going to be WebKit. It's going to be a little different from the rest of them. Yeah, I was back and forth between how I was going to do this because there was a part of me that wanted to be like super happy and bubbly and saying, whoa, things are moving, yay, woohoo, yeah, accessible WebKit, yay. But yesterday night, during the thunderstorm, I had a change of heart, and I thought about doing a more grounded approach to this presentation, and see if I can get some feedback on the things that are happening here instead of just throwing them up to you and leaving. So yeah, WebKit GTK. Just for the sake of putting everyone on the same level, just gonna do a quick introduction. WebKit is a project. WebKit has many ports. It's what they call it. One of the ports is WebKit GTK, which is essentially exposed as a GTK widget that you can embed on your application. You can put a GTK widget that is a web view on your program. There are other ports. Apple has a port, Windows has a port, PlayStation has a port. WP for embedded devices is another port, and WebKit GTK is one port. So it's important to say this. I feel like it's important to say this because it's a bunch of code that is platform agnostic, and then you have these ports containing the logic and the integration code for specific platforms. Most of what I'm going to be talking about here is WebKit GTK, but there is some overlap with the other Linux, the other Linux port, which is WebKit, WP WebKit. I don't think I need to introduce any one of you to GTK, hopefully. Oh no. But yeah, GTK4 specifically was a major breakthrough for the GNOME platform, for the bigger platform. And even though WebKit still has a GTK3 compatible API, we still offer a GTK3 widget for GTK3 applications to use. I think it is fair to say that most of the development is made primarily for GTK4 these days, for WebKit GTK, for GTK4. That's great. Yeah, this is, if you want to know more about the other Linux port, this is WebKit WP, and that's the link. It's going to be in my slides. After you can click that. So yeah, GTK4, fantastic. toolkit, major breakthrough for the platform. In 2020, Emanuele rewrote the accessibility support for GTK4, like completely ditched away ATK, and now we have like everything in tree, and all the abstractions live inside GTK. And with that, we lost some features and some specific things that are, like, not gonna lie, super complicated, and like, if I was Emanuele, I wouldn't implement them in the first or second or even third iteration of any rewriting, to be honest. What's the current status of accessibility on WebKit? There's no green one. So I decided to split between GTK3 and GTK4. GTK3, the WebKit GTK3 support is pretty much exactly the same. It just uses ATK instead of GTK to do that. Accessibility of web views running under a Flatpak application is currently non-existent. They are a black hole for the screen reader, for example. As of last week, accessibility on non-flat-packed WebKit, but still sandboxed using bubble wrap, works. That means if you install Epiphany on your host system using your distro package, you will kinda have accessibility on the web pages that Epiphany is displaying. And, well, on the unsandboxed case, it is also in the same situation. Basically, as of last week, both bubble wrap and unsandboxed situations are equal. So really the major pain point right now is the Flatpak builds, the sandbox. And as I was saying, I decided to not go for a bubbly presentation about the new stuff, because I wanted to talk about the difficulties in making those two columns yellow, instead of talking about why none of them are green. So let's talk a little bit about the challenges of making a web browser accessible, a web engine accessible. So the first one, it is kind of specific to WebKit GTK and GTK4 out of process accessibility trees. So one very important security measure for, I think, all browsers these days they implement is to separate the beats of code that interact with a web page into a separate process. And they usually put that separate process in some sort of sandbox. I think Chromium uses Zygote for that. I think it's called Zygote. I don't think WebKit has anything with a fancy name, but it has a web process, a separate web process that handles the web page, loading the web page, rendering. I think it still uses the web process for rendering, but there are some talks about using a GPU process. And accessibility. So you open a web page on Epiphany, on GNOME Web, it's going to spawn a separate process to render that, and once the web process receives the web page, it builds an accessibility tree and puts on the accessibility bus. How do you bridge those two things? Because now we have an Epiphany process with one tree of accessible objects, and you have the web process with another tree of accessible objects. In the GTK3 days, we had ATK socket and ATK plug, which is what WebKit was using. In the GTK4 days, we didn't have anything to bridge those two worlds of accessible trees. This was solved by around February, and it's already available in GTK 4.14. We have a new object, GTK AT-SPIX socket, I think, which does exactly that. You give it a buzz name and a buzz object, and it's going to bridge those two processes. So this one is fixed. Thanks for GTK developers for merging that and for being open to that approach. The second problem, the second challenge here, was debuzz filtering. This is specific to sandboxing. This is not specific. This does not happen when you're running WebKit unsandboxed. WebKit, when Flatpak opens the sandbox, for example, it runs XDG debuzz proxy, which of course is there to prevent applications from accessing debuzz services that they are not supposed to. The problem here is that the accessibility bus is very chattery. So one very common strategy to reduce the amount of traffic happening in the accessibility bus, is to only send updates about the accessible tree when there is for example, Orca running on your computer. And to do that, you need to know that Orca is running on your computer. And to learn about that, you have to use dbuzz. You have to monitor some dbuzz events to figure that out. That's all very cool. Except that the dbuzz proxy was filtering those events out. So WebKit GTK was thinking that no screen reader was ever running, so it was not sending any updates. So you got the same problem again. Nothing is available for ATSBI. And as of last week, this is fixed. We still need releases for all of those things, but the base problem is solved. And now I'm going to go for the big one, the problem that is the parent of all problems, the one tyrannic issue that cannot let us find happiness, Flatpak sub-sandboxing. And I really want to go deep into this one. I promised Michael a few weeks ago that I was going to document that. This is going to be my video documentation that I'm eventually going to make it into a blog post or something. So let's come with me. Let's go through the fantastic world of Flatpak. When you open GNOME shell and you find Epiphany, GNOME Web, you see that pretty icon and said, oh my God, I need to open this thing now. And you click that. GNOME shell is going to take the desktop file, and it's going to detect that it's a Flatpak app, because of course you installed that from FlatHub. And it's going to run Flatpak run our GNOME Epiphany, right? We're cool to this point. And then Flatpak, it's going to install bubble wrap and make bubble wrap spawn XDG dbuzz proxy with some permissions. And then after spawning XDG dbuzz proxy, it's going to spawn Epiphany, the process. That's all very cool. That's how Flatpak works. That's how the sandboxing mechanism works. So this is phase one. We are almost running Epiphany now. The process has been launched. Pay attention to step number 4 here. Bubble wrap spawns XDG dbuzz proxy with permissions. Keep this on your mind. It's going to be an important aspect of this whole thing. Phase number 2, the web view. So Flatpak bubble wrap spawned Epiphany, the process. Epiphany is going to connect to the dbuzz socket. I'm talking here specifically about the accessibility socket, but also the session socket. It's going to acquire a unique buzz name. It's going to show a pretty user interface for you. It's going to create the WebKit Web View widget. And when it's presented the WebKit Web View widget, it's going to detect that it's running in Flatpak. And we will use Flatpak spawn to spawn the web process. Flatpak spawn, it's going to call into the Flatpak portal. There is a portal for Flatpak. And it's going to do everything for us. It's OK. So here we are. Epiphany is almost completely showing a web page for you. Let's go to phase 3, the Flatpak portal. So the portal, of course, it runs outside of the sandbox. It does not belong to the Epiphany sandbox bubble. So the portal is going to receive from Epiphany like, hey, please run this process in a equally or stricter sandbox. The Flatpak portal is going to do exactly that, and it's going to go through the same thing that we talked about. It's going to spawn bubble wrap. Bubble wrap is going to spawn XDG dbuzz proxy with permissions for the sockets, and the web process. At last. All right, so we got a web process now. Oh my God, 10 minutes. We got a web process. It took me 10 minutes to get to the web process. We're going to do that. We're going to make it. The web process is going to do all of that again. It's going to connect to the accessibility bus. It's also got a unique dbuzz name. It's going to start doing web processing stuff. It's going to download the web page. It's going to figure things out. And it's going to tell Epiphany, hey, I'm ready. I think you can send whatever data you want to me. And then here we come. Here we are. GNOME Web is going to receive that message. It's going to say, oh, OK, cool, the web process is ready. I can tell my GTK widget that that is the web process. And I'm going to do that by calling this specific accessibility API or accessibility method. Or A11i at SPI sock embedded. That's what ATSPI expects us to do when we're dealing with out-of-process accessibility trees. And it's going to fail. So the bridge is not going to be bridging those two accessibility trees, and we got a black hole accessibility void for screen readers. Why does it fail? Can anybody guess that? Does anybody have any idea? A shred of an idea. I see a little hand raising over there. Say that again? The unique name is not fake. It's very legit. Yeah, XGDBus proxy is telling, no, you're not gonna call that. You are refused to call that. That's a difficult thing, right? So, remember on phase 1, when we spawned the bubble wrap, when bubble wrap spawned XGDBus proxy with a set of permissions, turns out this set of permissions did not contain you can talk to the web process that still doesn't exist. In XGDBus proxy, you cannot change the list of permissions at runtime. You spawn it, and it's fixed. It's done. The Epiphany dbus proxy was not set to talk to the web process dbus proxy. It is not fixed. It is fully not fixed. And this is where we are right now. The other challenge, and this is a challenge that is going to come after we fix the current one. The contents of the accessible tree are not exactly what Orca expects, so it cannot read properly, so we need to figure that out. There's a bunch of tickets filed about it. But right now, there's not even what to fix because we cannot even see the accessible tree. Orca cannot even see the accessible tree. That's also not fixed. The roadmap is quite simple. Once we got those two things out of the way, we're going to get an accessible WebKit GTK, and GNOME Web's going to be probably the first fully sandboxed and Flatpak-friendly, fully accessible browser in existence. Yep. Thank you for listening to me. I think we have 5 minutes. I don't know if you guys have questions. Folks have questions, sorry.
Two quick questions. One is this in any way, is any of this relating to the work that Matthew Campbell was doing on Newton? And two, any timeline you just closed with a really happy, like this is going to be the first fully accessible. Is there any timeline? GNOME 47, 48, 72, no timeline? I don't know.
So this relates in some way to Matt's work, but not fully, because I think Matt's work is going to have the same problem that we have here. You cannot open an accessible bus to the web. Maybe. It depends on how it is designed. If it requires communicating with the web process through the accessibility daemon, then it's going to fail in the same way. If it doesn't require that, then it's going to work. And the second question is if there's a timeline for this to be fixed. Once somebody, probably me, but if somebody else does that, I'm going to be super happy to. I'll be happy to implement. When we figured out how to fix this on a design level, on a theoretical level, then somebody just has to implement, and I'll be happy to do that. I'm being paid to do that, so I'll be the first one to do that. So yeah, sorry, probably no time. The timeline is after figuring it out. Before figuring it out, it's not going to happen. I think we have one other.
Hello? Could you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
So I think what Matt was suggesting was push API, right? So if all the trees and subtrees are pushed up out of the sandbox, then theoretically they could be connected together outside of the sandbox, then you wouldn't have that issue of crossing over or using the socket at all. That's one thought. And then my question was, why do the sub-processes need to be in their own sandboxes? Why can't you have the entire WebKit process tree in the single sandbox?
Because that makes Michael very unhappy.
Okay.
I mean, it is, I think most browsers in Flatpak land right now, in FlatHub, they either disable sandboxing or they do a poor version of that, a downgraded version of that. And it's like, I joked about Michael being unhappy with this, but I think there's a point to be made about fully isolating what is probably the most complicated engine on your computer so that it doesn't access stuff. Like, it is a very tight hardening security boundary. It's going to be hard to break that.
We have time for one more.
One more question.
So you said that you were focusing on making those dots yellow. What will it take to make them green?
Can you repeat the question?
How do we make those dots green?
How do we make those?
The dots, like in your chart, you were talking about going from red to yellow.
We just have to fix those two things in the roadmap. It's easy as that. Once we do that, everything. Oh, am I in the right? Yeah. Once this is fixed, everything is going to be green. We're going to be in Greenland. Fantastic. Maybe we have remote questions on the chat? No. No?
All right. Thank you so much for George's on the great talk.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a 15-minute coffee break, actually in the tavern, which will be unique. Okay. And
Hey, could you hear me? This works? Okay. Hey, my name is Eitan. Sometimes I go by EJ. At this point, I'm a relapsing GNOME developer. I've been involved in the community long ago. Today I work mostly on Mozilla, at Mozilla and on Mozilla. And I want to introduce a passion project that I've been working on. Been very slow with a full-time job and everything, but I feel really good about the state it's in, and I think it's worth talking about. So speech is everywhere. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I would gauge, I don't know, maybe I would argue that that in the last decade there's been a lot of investment in speech interfaces, maybe even more than graphical interfaces at this point. If it started with screen readers, if that was the original application that speech was used on computers, especially in Linux, it's really evolved into automotive, navigation, e-reading, and all that, and of course all of the assistants and AI and all of the things that big tech is working on is something that obviously uses speech and depends on it. So 11 years ago, I implemented the web speech API in Firefox. And it kind of was hedging on the same bets that this is something that applications are going to want. They're going to want to speak. And this is what a snippet of what JavaScript, DOM JavaScript in the browser would look like that would make your browser talk. So I was working on that, and we decided that it was nice to have an API. Not many people knew about it, so we wanted to make it front and center and to have an actual user feature. So we created Narrate, which was part of our reader mode. You could see it work over here.
ScientificAmerican.com. How does the world's largest library decide what becomes history? Sarah Wild. 9-12 minutes. The world's oldest known library, the Royal Library of Ashurbanipal, in what is today Iraq, was created in the 7th century BCE to store clay tablets used for record keeping.
All right, and that's Windows, by the way, right? So this is a Windows, you can't really tell in Firefox anymore, but that's a Windows Firefox. This is what it looks like right now if you will open up the same page on your average Linux distribution.
ScientificAmerican.com. How does the world's largest library decide what becomes history? Sarah Wild. 9-12 minutes. The world's oldest known library, the Royal Library of Ashurbanipal, in what is today Iraq.
All right, I'm going to spare you from the rest of this. All right, so you could tell that when I was implementing this, we needed to normalize all these platforms. They all had different APIs, how they worked, and I found myself working in Matrix, trying to figure out which features are supported on which platforms, and both how do we translate that into an API in Firefox, but also how do we translate that into a user feature like Narrate. And you could tell that Linux, at least in this grid that I made up, is losing on all of those fronts. And we'll talk about all those different, actually, why don't we overview right now? So boundary events, the idea is that as you're speaking or as the voice is synthesized, you get like boundaries, like a word, you get word boundaries or sentence boundaries or even explicit boundaries within that utterance. You are told between which frames of audio that is happening, so you could give visual feedback. Pause and resume, just as it sounds. It's just, being able to pause and resume, the sound. Now you could do that in Speech Dispatcher, or in Linux currently, but that requires knowing what offset you are inside the speech, which is a little problematic. Volume change, changing the volume like as the utterance is actually happening. Concurrent speech, and that's really big, and we're going to talk about that soon. And natural sounding voice. I think we all just heard what Linux sounds like and what Windows sound like and what that means. So this is currently the speech API that we have in Linux. It's called Speech Dispatcher. It was developed in 2001. And it's a very opinionated framework that really is meant for screen readers. That's really what it was developed for. What it does is it schedules utterances according to priority. So you could say, you could send a command to speak. You could send 10 commands to speak, and it will speak those things in order. Unless one of those commands has a high priority, then it's going to interrupt the rest of the queue. Or if they're competing, then it has like a whole model of how to manage priority and how to manage scheduling. And it's singleton, so that means it works in a global way. So if you have one app trying to speak and another app that might have not the best intentions or doesn't really know how to use that priority model, it's going to interrupt, and both apps are going to have a very bad time. Now, multiply that with at least the problem that I was dealing with at the time, which was the web browser. You have all these tabs. Which tab is, the tabs are contending for speech. There's also, I think, some security concerns about that. If one tab could, interfere with the operation of another tab, I think there's, I don't know, it seems very shady to me, the whole idea that tabs need to interoperate. Now, the problems that Speech Dispatcher tackled back in 2001 and today are things like auto-spawning, wire protocols, IPC transport, sessions persistence, modularity, things that we kind of generalized. I'm not going to say how we generalize them because I'm going to get there, but those are things that we have generalized today. Yeah. And of course, the other thing is that Speech Dispatcher, it works with text files, and you configure it through text files, which allows people to sometimes misconfigure things and be out in the dark, or it makes it very hard to install new speech synthesizers like the one that we just heard. With all this said, there is space for Speech Dispatcher. There's obviously a use case to have that kind of ordered speech, and Speech Dispatcher does have a lot of very domain-specific features that are good for screen readers. So in this whole talk, I'm not necessarily a proponent of replacing Speech Dispatcher, but what is obvious that it does not work for all domains. So how did we end up with eSpeak? Well, it has a very simple license. It supports many, many languages. Last count from an hour ago, 132 languages, or at least variants and accents. It's very small. I don't know how I got to 1 megabyte there, but it is really, really small if you look at the tarball. It's fully featured. It does word tracking, it does SSML, it does all the things that you expect a speech synthesizer to do. It is extremely fast and it is very responsive. I have a coworker who uses it at 900 words per minute, and we're going to see what that looks like. A good analogy for eSpeak and all, this is called it's called a Foreman synthesizer, and one of the things about Foreman synthesizers is that they could really, really speed up in a way that what's the word? Concatenating synthesizers cannot do. Okay, so people could really listen to these things very quickly. So that analogy I would use is a monospace font. So if you want to get work done, you want to have a really clear spacing in your fonts, and that's how you would look at your code. But then if you're looking at the paper, you don't want a monospace font. You want a variable width font, and that's the kind of analogy I would use here.
The warmth and charm of a 1950s science fiction robot.
Yeah, so it sounds like a robot, and this is my coworker Jamie.
So it's saying, perhaps this doesn't cause reflow, so we don't get notified the bounds might have changed, though this needs to be verified. And there's a bunch of code.
List with outer list with tab in. White bullet out of list perhaps varying voice volume inflect pitch rate.
So what I'm doing here is I'm using NVDA on my Windows computer trying to fix a bug in some code, and so I'm reading through lots of different pieces of code and letting NVDA read me the information. What you can hear is NVDA speaking very, very fast, not the whole screen at once, but the information that's relevant at the time, so the current line of text or the current heading or something like that. When I'm reading at this speed, I'm not necessarily listening to every word. It's almost like when you read a document or when you're skimming your email as a sighted person, you're not necessarily reading every single word. And that's kind of how it is when I'm reading at 900 words a minute.
All right, so those are the problems. Those are the problems we have right now in Linux. I would say the first three problems, boundary events, pause, resume, volume change, if those were the only problems, I think that those are relatively easy features or things to add to our current ecosystem. Concurrent speech, again, which means like not having a global queue, but having like each application or several instances in an application manage their own queues and know that their utterance is going to stop and end. And natural voices are things that I don't think could work in the current framework, and that is why I'm proposing Spiel. So Spiel is more than just a single library. I would divide it into 3 components, and these are the 3 components. One is a dbus interface, another one is a client library, and the third one is a voice distribution scheme, and I'm going to go over those different things. So a dbus interface. This is the standard dbus interface. It has 3 members. It has a name, and the name is just a localized human-readable string of what the provider is, eSpeak, Piper, Vocalizer, whatever you want. It has voices. Voices is a list of voices, and each voice consists of a human-readable name, a unique identifier, an audio format, and the audio format over here is very similar to the GStreamer one, and I'll get to that soon. And features, it actually advertises features. So I as a voice support SSML. I support, boundary events, but I support words, but not sentences. I support, even the dialect of SSML could be specified in the features, and that's important because there's so many different, each voice will support a different subset of features, and an application developer will want to know when they select a voice, which one really is going to be good. And languages, so a voice could support more than one language, so that is defined as a list. And then there's the synthesize method. The synthesize method takes a file descriptor and it takes all the different arguments that you need to synthesize an utterance, like the pitch, rate, SSML, the language, and then it pipes it all through. It pipes it all back, writes it all to the file descriptor. It could either just send raw audio, just regular audio frames that were defined in the audio format for each voice, or it could send a special Spiel format, which is audio frames interleaved with event data. So you have the word, the sentence, the boundary, all those different things. Okay. All right, so yeah, so this is basically how it would work in the wild. So you have a client, the client, let's say, would be Orca, or would be another speaking application. You'd have more than one provider installed, and the client would basically cast a net, read all the known names on the bus, and yes, we'll get to that problem in Flatpak soon, reads all the names on the bus, figures out which one has a suffix of speech provider, and then it will ask all of those, it will use that interface that we defined. It's going to get the voices for each of these different providers, collate them into a single list, and that's that. This is how synthesis would work. You send a synthesize method, right? And you get audio frames back through your file descriptor. So that's the dbus part, the client interface part. Oops, I just got a captive portal thing. There we go. It's called libspiel. And I tried really hard in this snippet to have it be similar to that DOM snippet that I had earlier. The interface is inspired by the Web Speech API, which, by the way, is inspired by an Apple API. So there's nothing new here. You could see that it's got all the goodies of GObject introspection here, so it will work in any language that will work in. And the features that I would say it has is it has a speaker root. So instead of having like a single global queue, right? You could create as many speakers as you want. Each one will manage its own queue. Because it's receiving the audio frames, which is relatively novel. Usually, in Speech Dispatcher, at least, Speech Dispatchers would writes to device, but here we're receiving the audio frames in the client. You could then swap out the sync with any sync you want. So you could add some echo, you could visualize it, you could pipe it over the network, you could save it to file, you could do anything you want with the synthesis. The list of voices is actively maintained and cached, so if a provider is installed or even just becomes activatable, it doesn't need to be spawned or gets uninstalled. or the property in speech providers change, the client library will keep a live list of all the different voices. It will auto-select a voice by language. So if in the utterance you say, I want a French voice, you don't actually have to specify which voice you want. You could just say, this is a sentence in French, synthesize it for me, and it's going to find the right or most appropriate voice for the language and the region. And something that might be really cool in the future is to have like language selection. So you could have like a, today you could have like a little snippet of text, and there are statistical models that you could run to know like what language that's in, and then use the correct voice. And I think another really important thing is that it's all configurable. So the user is going to have a say on what voice they're going to use for each language. And I'll get to that soon. We already have a couple of Libspiel ports. Andy Holmes, he ported Orca through STF. I have a work in progress for Firefox that took me a day to do. So it's a very small surface, API surface. And there might be, and we'll get later to what other applications need to be ported, but the other good or bad news, I don't know, is that there are not a lot of speaking applications right now in Linux. I hope that will grow. But there are very few applications right now that actually use speech. So this is a mock-up that Sam Hewitt did, and I think there's one really novel thing about this, and that is the fact, this is the GNOME settings, and the fact that spoken content is not in the accessibility pane. He put it here in the system pane. I think is really important. It shows that the speech is something that's generalized. It's not something that's necessarily niche or should be considered as like an accessibility feature, and that any application will want to speak, and you should be able to define which voices and for which languages they're spoken. So this is, again, stored, theoretically this would all be stored in G settings, and Libspiel will be pulling that in. So if we look at our task list from earlier, Libspiel provides the first four things, right? We have boundary events, we have pause resume, volume change, concurrent speech. There's one last thing that we don't do or haven't figured out how to fix, and that is natural voices. And that really has to do with distribution. We have right now a problem in Linux that there's really no perfect engine or voice. So if you all of a sudden run into some open source project that like, oh, this is a really cool voice, it sounds really natural, this is something that we should be shipping or giving to our users, you'll notice that either the package is extremely large, it's only available in English or French, or the license is prohibitive. And by that I don't mean necessarily that it's proprietary, but a lot of the new stuff is, especially the neural network stuff, is trained on models, and those will have all kinds of exotic licenses or attribution and things that you will have to take into account if you're going to distribute it. Oh, that was the slide, sorry. So like, for example, in Piper, each voice would be 60 megabytes. If you were to ship all of it, that would be like 8 gigabytes or something like that. So of course, what's the answer? Everybody knows. It's Flatpak, right? Flatpak, you could really like contain a really weird and exotic dependency tree with all kinds of libraries that would never ever put in any distribution. And it could all be distributed out of band through FlatHub or through any other kind of repository. And it gives you that one-click kind of experience for users who want to try some new AI speech synthesis. They don't have to set up a pip environment and pull in all these ONNX runtimes and all the different things that they need to do, but it all just works with one click. So we can't really bundle it all in one Flatpak. That's kind of the problem. So like I said, Piper's voice data is huge. If you look at eSpeak alone, even though it's tiny, and depends on how you count a voice, it has 102 voices, and each voice supports 132 languages. So that's over 13,000 voices, theoretically. So we need a way to allow users to really just download or install the voices they want and not overwhelm them with like, a million voices and not put a strain on their bandwidth. So something that we could do is use extensions, right? The slide somehow got out of sync. So we could use extensions. The problem with extensions, it's a cool idea. You could have like an app or a main, not a runtime, but an app, and then the app could have extensions. The extensions currently in Flatpak aren't considered dependencies of the app. So for it to work, you'd first need to install the provider, you then need to install the voice, and depending on if the actual service is running, you would need to kill it and restart it because the sandbox obviously doesn't know that a new extension was installed. So there are all kinds of, there's still a lot of friction when it comes to Flatpaks and how that works. AppStream could also use some work. This is a very domain-specific kind of bundle, so there might be some extensions that need to be added to AppStream. For example, for applications, we have screenshots in AppStream. What if we had voice samples for voices? So there's definitely still some gaps in that. So because there are gaps, I created an ad hoc application. It's called like Spiel Installer, and it's basically just a giant voice store. So you could go in there, you could search by language, by provider, or by string. You could find the voices that you want, and you could install them. And once you install them, it will, if the provider is running, it will pull in the provider if it's not available, and if the provider is running, it will restart it so that the voice will be available. And I just want to leave you with, so we kind of got all the main gaps covered, and that's one thing. But I really want to let you think about something. Oh. All right, we'll do that later. Let's just watch a demo first. So this is
On October 21, 1976, a small group of cyclists.
So this is
and
a
dog
Piper
named
voice.
Junior
You can already
gathered on
hear that it
Carson
sounds
Ridge.
better. But I want to try a different voice. And it's automatically available in Firefox with no restarts
On
or
October
anything.
21, 1976, small group of cyclists and a dog named Junior gathered on Carson Ridge, which rises just west of Fairfax, California. It was mid-morning and the sky was bright blue, a beautiful day for racing 5 Japan vintage.
Yeah, so that's a demo of how it works. And thank you. Here's another one. In this example, you could see that I don't have an Arabic voice installed. So I could go to the shop, install an Arabic voice, and you could see that the icon just appeared in Firefox because it detected a voice.
تقول الحكمة المأثورة أنت ما تأكله ولكي نكون أدق فأنت تشعر بما تأكله.
And it works.
حيث يلعب الغذاء دورا
It's a natural
مهما في
sounding
التأثير على
Arabic
الحالة.
voice, which is really cool. Yeah. So all of that, by the way, all the Firefox side, all I had to do was put in Spiel, and like this whole like change notification stuff was already there. And because Spiel has change notification of its own, it just all worked. The work here was very minimal. So just something to think about. I'm going to put it out there. Oh, these things don't work. Oh, there we go. I'm just going to let this sit there in the air of the room. But I proposed a solution for synthesis in the form of Spiel. I think a very, very similar solution could happen for recognition, both from a library perspective, a dbus perspective, and distribution. I don't know why the slides are out of sync. And a cry for help, yeah. So I've gotten a lot of help already, and I'm going to get to that. But it's reached the point where technically it does what it does. It's good. And we're at the point right now where we need to grow up. So some of the stuff we need are more providers. Currently, I have an eSpeak and a Piper provider that we wrote. But like you saw earlier in the example, like a provider could be like 200 lines of code. It's not a lot of work. And there are many, many speech services out there that could use it. The top few are open source ones that are relatively permissive. But then you could do really weird stuff. You could have emulators run voices. You could use Wine, obviously. You could, do cloud stuff if you really want to do that. And obviously, every day, if you're following like Hacker News or some of those websites, you'll see that there's a new AI voice or a new TTS system coming out. And instead of waiting for the go-ahead from different distributions and everything, we could have those really quickly. Like I said earlier, there are not a lot of apps out there right now that speak, and I think these might be it. There might be another 2 or 3, and it doesn't take a lot to port them. So if you want to work on that, and then a part that's really hard for me to do, and would really be good to have some traction, is figure out the distribution bit of this, right? So there's some gaps in Flatpak and the features that need to be ironed out, and finding a hub for this. I don't know if it's FlatHub, but finding some hub. I think voices are obviously not applications, so I think there needs to be a certain other kind of paradigm. So maybe it's a microsite. And as you saw from Sam Hewitt's mock-up, there's work to do in GNOME settings as well. Write a portal. So you saw that earlier that we basically cast a net out and grab all the different known names for the speech provider suffix. That's obviously not possible right now in a Flatpak, so that's going to need to be in a portal in one way or another. It'd be cool if we could do it without reinventing all of the libspiel client logic in the portal layer. So I'd love to hear any ideas about that. And help make it a grown-up project. So we have a website, but we could always have help with documentation, test coverage, continuous integration, release management, and pretty graphics. I think from a coding perspective, this is a very small project. Like, this was really not a very complex thing to do, but I found myself juggling all these different components and keeping them all in sync and having them all work in unison is always a little bit of the harder part. So that's really when it became to be a lot. And I'd like to acknowledge Mozilla for being very patient with me over the last months and years. STF, even though this is not an official STF project, they adopted Spiel, and Sunny's been a big help on that. Andy Holmes has helped with not just the port of Orca, but also a lot of the bug fixes and all the continuous integration and all the other things that make this project work. And other folks who stop by to fix a bug or report a bug and all of that. And that's it. Thank you.
Hi. Hello, thanks for the talk. It was pretty impressive and exciting. I have a few things to say. Can you hear me well? Is it better now? Okay. So the first one is back in 2016, when I was still a happy and excited PhD student, I sketched out a speech recognition service for GNOME. It's called GNLP, and it was actually working. Was using Julius, the project Julius for speech recognition, and it was able to recognize Hey GNOME and Open Calendar. Maybe we should bring that back to life or something.
This is from the recognition side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. Like,
it just executed
reincarnate it, and
yeah. The second thing I wanted to mention is that we're going to have a Flatpak and Portals workshop in the last day of GUADEC. If you're still around, please.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that.
Okay,
yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, thank you.
So the status quo with FlatHub right now is that when you have to ship apps with icons, and they actually have to be like an app you can launch, why not have these voice providers, like you install, I don't know, Piper, And Piper would just be an app, and you can download voices from within the Piper app, and then it would provide a speech provider that way. That would be like a less. It's kind of like what you've done, but per speech provider.
Right. I think I considered that. I think there's obviously duplication of effort. I don't think that's the important part. The duplication of effort would be fine if that was the only cost, but I think there's a cost for the user of understanding like this is a new provider and this is how I get voices for it, as opposed to just having a unified experience of that's what I was going for, basically. But yeah, that would have been the easy way out, is to have an app with the UI. These providers don't have UIs, right? So that's the other part that probably doesn't let them currently at least get listed in FlatHub. And that is why I'm proposing some sort of, it doesn't have to be FlatHub, maybe there's some other kind of repository that would have a different kind of paradigm and have a different kind of relationship between provider and extensions and make that work.
Any other questions? All right, I think that's it.
Great.
Thank you
Thanks
so much.
much.
everyone's talks. We're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to announce who's in the hole, and if that person could come up to the side stage to get ready so we can progress the next talk pretty quick. Speakers are going to have 5 minutes, which would be really fun. We also have one spot open, so if anyone would like to do a lightning talk still, come and see me and we'll get you in at the end. So first up, we have Sam, who's going to be giving a talk on Tracker is Dead, and if Nori could come up. Well, if you go over time, we'll bring out the hook and pull you off. Yeah.
Okay. I'm almost excited to see the hook. All right. Okay. Let's go. So here's a mail from the Tracker list from 2006, in which they outlined the remaining work to be done, a GUI, some tests, finish the interface, and so on. And I'm not going to tell the whole story of Tracker here, but 18 years have passed since then. Nokia got involved, got uninvolved. For the last 10 years, Tracker has been developed mainly by Carlos Garnacho, represented here by this cat who he refers to as the bane of his inner peace, and to a smaller extent by myself. And after many, many years of work, we are proud to announce that the project is completely dead. But I would also like to announce 2 new projects in the search space, which may look fairly similar. And in fact, I can announce they're completely API compatible, but 2 totally new projects. The first one is called Tiny SparkQL. It's a database library built on top of SQLite. Has very good code coverage. It only has 84 bugs. In fact, some of those are to-dos, so it has even less. Completely standards compliant. And what do you get on top of basic SQLite? Well, it's slightly slower, but also you get much better ways of documenting your schemas, and you can federate queries between different databases. So this is really cool. You can have one database that queries another as part of a query. Support for sandboxing via Flatpak. And even better, 2 of our interns are building a web IDE, because it's not really fun writing queries in the command line and not being able to test them, right? And so the idea is this will have built-in documentation, and you can run queries in the browser and have examples integrated and stuff. Yeah, if you've ever used the libtracker SparkQL library, it's very, very similar. In fact, the API is completely compatible. But you can also use the new API, and please call it by the new name, because it's very confusing when people say, let's store data in Tracker. You can't store data in a search engine. This is a database. It does nothing but store data, and it's great. The second project I'd like to announce is called Local Search. And it bears a little bit of similarity to the Tracker Minor FS, but I can guarantee you a completely new project. What does it do? It indexes files in your home directory, and it stores the index in your home directory. So we kind of chose the name around the time the Microsoft recall drama came out. We thought, how do we represent that all this does is creating an index? And the name Local Search hopefully makes it very clear what it's doing, unlike the name Tracker Minor, which doesn't make it very clear what it's doing. Apart from that, it's got a lot of work on sandboxing recently, so it's more secure than ever. Even if the dependencies have vulnerabilities, there's not a huge amount they can do. And what's coming next? I don't really know. No one's paying for search. No one's really investing in this. So I don't know what's going to happen. It's up to you. If people get involved, things will happen. If nobody gets involved, then we'll keep the project ticking over. But what I came up here really to say is that search is everybody's problem, right? The project formerly known as Tracker was really a small part of GNOME's search experience. Search is exposed in the shell. The shell runs queries with all of these different core apps and more search providers as needed. The only one that actually is backed by local search is Nautilus. And that may change in future, but search is everybody's problem. That's what I came here to say. I know I've said it. I've still got 1 minute left. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Do I need to plug the USB-C in as well?
No, it's just for power.
Oh yeah, it's fine. Oh dear.
Let's see.
That's just my background.
Okay. Do you just want the same thing on your screen to be shown up there?
yeah.
Okay, so we're going to just hit Super P, which is the projection mode. So we can say mirror.
Oh, magic. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, there we go.
Next up, we have Nori Blandford on the Linux High School experience, and after her will be Sriram.
Hi, I'm Nori. This is actually my second lightning talk. I was a bit shorter last time. I've graduated high school now, and I used Linux the entire time. I thought I would talk a little bit about how that was, because why not? Anyways, why I started using Linux. Easy answer, next question. Why I continued using Linux in high school is high school tech requirements aren't the most difficult. Everything's designed to be used on a Chromebook, and that's not a very high bar to pass. If you can run a browser, you can run most of high school stuff. Also, Linux is cool. Computer science classes. I took several computer science classes for obvious reasons. Intro to computer science, I didn't really run into anything there. Most of it was code.org. I hate code.org, which is nothing to do with code.org and everything to do with what I've done it 18 times by now. I ended up choosing a code studio at one point, and yes, my intro to computer science teacher did end up saying that my parents were nerds. My Java teacher, I loved her. We were doing AP Java, which meant we were doing AP tests, which meant actually a surprising amount of coding was written out on paper, which meant I did not run into any problems with Linux. But I also was supposed to end up doing like this Blue Jay thing where I was supposed to turn in all my projects on that. That didn't happen. I downloaded it for nothing. We used Replit instead, which kept trying to tell me to buy more CPU space and RAM and also spend money on their cool new AI tech thing assistant, which was, I did not do that. Standardized tests, which were actually the one major problem and the bane of my existence, because you have to install secure browsers, and since they're standardized, they generally aren't supposed to work on Linux. For like California standardized testing, the CAFS test, I ended up having to spend a couple extra minutes trying to figure out how to get it on my computer, with a lot of help from my dad because I didn't know how to do that. But what was supposed to happen is there's like instructions for Windows and instructions for Mac, and if you're somehow confused by that, the IT guys come around and walk you through it. I was, I think, the delight of those IT guys' day. Because they're like, oh my God, this girl's using Linux. This is amazing. I'm like, thanks. Can I get this working, please? Anyways, there was also, specifically for my macroeconomics class, I don't know how this is related, but we took these tests on Lockdown Browser to make sure that you didn't cheat. It's this thing, it does this thing where, you know, it runs in the background to make sure you haven't opened any apps and you're not like Googling all the answers while taking tests online. That also doesn't work for Linux, and I actually looked it up. Technically you can get it to work on Linux, but you have to crack it, and that's not quite the point of a test software. So I ended up just borrowing a Chromebook, which was very slow, and I spent 5 minutes logging in. Yeah, anyways. Over the summer last year, I think it was last year, I took another class. There was another computer class, but that's not actually related this time. And for the finals for that, it also has to do like this Proctor software thing. But that just didn't work, and at that point, I wanted to pass the class, and I gave up, so I borrowed my little brother's Windows gaming laptop. Anyways, that's most of it. I also have this bonus slide, My good friend Soren thinks I'm a witch now. That's about it.
Sorry. Is Sriram here?
I have no slides. I may have forgotten what I'm talking about, too.
Shri is talking about enable telemetry on GNOME OS, and next up is EJ.
All right, here we go. Yes, I am going to talk about, first I'm going to talk about telemetry. Then I'm going to talk about what to do with it. So, I think when I was watching the keynote on Friday, that whole thing about, and yes, stop turning off telemetry on Lightning. But what I wanted to talk about is, I think it's really important that we do have some form of telemetry to be able to know what is, how many users we may have. I mean, being able to measure our install base is an important part of influence, right? You would say, you represent this amount of people, and that lets you open doors. If I say I have 80 million people using my product or project, then people are going to listen to you because you have that much of an attention. So that is where I'm going with that. But I know a lot of us are very privacy aware, very security aware, and don't want to give those kinds of things. And to that, I would like to meet halfway. And we have this cool thing called GNOME OS. And it is, yes, that's right, raise your hands, GNOME OS. And its whole purpose, at least to me, is Q&Aing our desktop. It is, and testing and everything else. And this is a great place to turn on telemetry and try it out and see what we can do with it. Because I know in this case, people who download GNOME OS, they're doing it for a specific purpose. They're not trying to run as a general desktop or anything, but it can be used. Hey, we could find out how many times somebody clicked this button. I think that sort of really resonate with me. If you're a designer and you want to say, well, do people really click on this? Or can you test your designs? And if you have that kind of telemetry and you're able to do that, that's going to be pretty cool. So I think I'd like to think that we could try to do that. And maybe I'll put an issue on GitLab and say, let's turn on telemetry. Let's see what's out there, right? So that's my TED Talk for today. It's very short, very sweet. I have one other thing, because on the note of telemetry, I have a card for Holly and out there. If you are so inclined, you would like to sign it and share your appreciation for the work she's done, you may do so back there. So that's all for me.
Is EJ here? Sounds good. Oh crap.
So I'm going to
try to work through my paralyzing stage fright and debug an application. We'll see how that goes. I'm not used to being able to do that with people watching. Am I doing okay? All right. Display. Join. Mirror. Apply. Keep settings. Keep changes. Wait. Join. All right, that doesn't work. So let's take this, throw it here, take this, and I'm gonna do it on the screen with you guys. All right, let's turn around. Okay, so I wrote an app, and I'm gonna submit this app to GNOME Circles very soon. And it does really, it's a counter, I don't know. I feel like we don't have these in our ecosystem, but oh crap, I pressed the button once and it crashed. Let me try that again. Oh yeah, it counts. Isn't that cool? Oh, something happened. Oh crap, okay. Something's happening with this app, have to figure it out. I can't look that way, I have to look at the screen. Okay, so what I would do, what you might do is open GDB, look at the stack trace, figure it out. Old me would have just printf'd the shit out of this until I figured out what was going on. But then I discovered RR. Nope, that's not it. I have, for this moment, I have my commands saved so I don't have to think too much. So what I'm doing right now is I'm capturing it, okay? So, what I just did is I recorded the application running and it crashing in RR, and this is actually 90% of the work. Right now I could already go home. If I did this on a bug in Firefox at this point, I would know that, you know, I could, after lunch, I could spend 20 minutes fixing the bug and that's it. So now what I do is I replay it. And it opens up GDB. And I load all the symbols, all right? And now I run it. Wait. See, this is why I don't do live demos. Wait, I recorded it. I'm replaying it. Replay. Let's just say no for a sec. Debug to make the setting permanent. Okay, oh, continue. I was doing run, you don't do that, you do continue, okay? You do run if you're in GDB. All right, so I ran it. I think I crashed at this point. Can anybody see this because it's on the wrong side of the, should we put it here? Is that better? All right, this might be the entire talk is me trying to run this, but you should come over and chat about RR or time traveling debugging if you have a minute. Okay, so now I'm running it, it's running all headless, and I reached a segmentation fault, which is the same thing. And I could see where it ran, and this is all familiar, right? That's the backtrace. I could see that in frame number 2, number 1, I have a print hello. That's from my app, that's number 9. I'm just gonna go to that frame for a second. F1. And I could see that it's happening over here. When I'm casting GTK label, right, that whole thing is happening because I have G warnings fatal, and that's the data. So I'm gonna take this data, I'm gonna do a little bit of a shortcut here. I'm gonna take that pointer and I'm gonna make a breakpoint. What's the GTK unmap signature? GTK widget unmap if widget equals that pointer, okay? So I'm making a breakpoint for it unmapping because my hypothesis is that this area was poisoned when this widget was destroyed, so I made a breakpoint. The problem is, of course, that this already happened in the past, right? Okay, so this is where the time traveling comes in. Reverse continue. What? Reverse continue? I'm going back in time, and I hit a breakpoint. So what happened over here? I could see that the widget got destroyed at this point. There's GTK unmap, unrealize, unparent, remove label. So I found in my code in frame 4 that I had some sort of callback that was called, and that widget was unparented, and then it got destroyed. So I traveled back in time and figured that out. Now, if I have 1 more minute, but if I had another 15 minutes, what I would do is I would talk about how the fact that this was called, this is happening obviously in some sort of callback that's running on the main loop. I could figure out where that function pointer was first put in, like was it an idle handler, like what made that happen? And I can of course travel in time back to previous loop iterations and find when that was originally added, and that's it.
All right, so next up is Till Campeter on Learn Snapping, and Georges and Phil are up next.
Yes. Hello? Yeah. You have the possibility now to learn snapping, and let us do a snap workshop. Not in these 5 minutes of a lightning talk, I'm not able to do that. But on this GUADEC, the BOF rooms are not fully used. There are a lot of free spaces. You see, on Monday we have even room 3, which is not used at all. And on Tuesday we have in every room a little bit where there's no BOF or workshop. And so I thought I want to ask you if you are interested in whether you would like to learn snapping, and I would do a spontaneous snap workshop if enough people would come up. And then we will together take one of these 3 times in one of the rooms and do this workshop. It would be something 90 minutes to 2 hours, and it's interactive. You will do exercises and so. And so, you know, you have perhaps attended my talk on the first day in the afternoon, where I've told what Snap is, and it's very useful, as you can do packages which are immutable, sandboxed, and will be in the Snap store. Very nice if you are an upstream developer, so that you can distribute your work easy download for you non-tech savvy users who do not know how to compile, or also if it's not in the user's distro, or also you can join the Snapcrafters team, which is a special project which snaps applications for which we do not have a snap because their upstream does not do it. So it's very useful. And if you are really interested, you need to come up to me. until tomorrow to lunch, so that we have still some time where we can put the workshop. And you can either come to me right after this talk on this conference, tomorrow on this conference, or you can simply send me an email or contact me on Telegram or on Matrix. And important is that once, if you come up to me in any form, also by email or Matrix or so, tell in which time slot in which time slots you have time, and also until tomorrow before lunch, so that we have still 1.5 days left to put the workshop. That's it.
Test. There you go. I wish we had soundtrack for this. Fantastic. I'm going to spare you from my singing. You're all going to be all right. There we go. All right.
Next up, we have Phil Chimento and Georgios Stavrakis on time zone horror stories, and Jonathan's up next.
All right, GUADEC, I need you to look at me in my eyes. Stare my soul through my eyes. Are you doing that? I need you folks in the stream to do that as well. Are you all looking at me? All right. I'm going to ask you a few questions. You will answer, okay? How many hours are there in a day? Yes. All right, so we have time zones. That's an easy one, right? If the time zone moves, if you enter daylight saving time, got a 23-hour day, and if you would exit out of daylight saving time, you get a 25-hour day, right? So that means we have 23, 24, or 25-hour days, right? The Lord Howe Island in Australia has half an hour time daylight saving times. So for them, they have 23 hours and half, 30 minutes hour days. 24 hours and 24 hours and 30 minutes half days. All right. So maybe we shouldn't talk too much about hours. Let's talk about minutes, shall we? How many seconds are there in a minute? GUADEC. So let's talk about the leap second. Did you know that the rotation of the Earth is irregular and random and unpredictable? And we need to add random seconds and random years to account for that? Yeah, that happens. On Unix, we pretend that doesn't happen, the Unix timestamps. They simply pray that nothing bad happens. Does nothing bad happen? Things always happen, right? But I have good news for you folks. We're not going to have to deal with that anymore. As per 2035, this will be obsoleted because it has caused more bugs than it has shifted the time to the appropriate rotation of the Earth. All right. When does a day start? Well, that's kind of an intuitive, right? If you're living in a country that shifts the clock forward right at midnight, then your day is going to start at 1 a.m. GUADEC, how many times can a day start per day? So if you live in a country like I do that shifts the clock backwards, you reach midnight, your day starts, and then you're back at 11 p.m. And then you're going to have the day start again.
I'm going to talk a little bit about time zones too. If you divide the globe into 24 time zones, what do you think it looks like? Maybe like segments of an orange. It looks like this. Okay, so maybe the slices aren't equal, but surely there are 24 of these slices, one for each hour. You see here the 9.5-hour time zone and the 10.5-hour time zone. This is the Lord Howe Island over here that George has mentioned before. Almost 20% of the world's population lives in a time zone with a 30-minute boundary. India, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, Iran, Myanmar, Marquesas Islands, several time zones in Australia, and one time zone in Canada. Surely all the boundaries are on a half hour. Plus 5 3/4. Nepal. There's also a time zone in Australia that does this. Surely all the boundaries are on 15 minutes. And they don't exist anymore, but in the computing era, as recently as 1972, Liberia had a time zone offset of 44 minutes and 30 seconds. We're just going to leave you with this fun story. Pause the frame if you're watching the stream. Thank you.
Next up is Jonathan Blanford with Document Your Project, and after him is Richard.
Hello. All right. That's a really tough act to follow. So we'll see how this goes. So I'm here to convince you that you should focus more on documentation for your project. This is mostly based on my experiences writing GNOME crosswords, and a number of people told me this would be more generally interesting. And by documentation, I'm referring to developer docs. I don't mean API references or user documentation, though those are both important too. But I mean the internal documents as to how your application works. It's things like design docs, instructions and recipes, overviews and guides, and build instructions. And your target audience for these docs are maintainers, contributors, as well as potential future contributors. So I found that being disciplined about devel documentation has brought a ton of value to my project. First, it helps keep a consistent and maintainable code base, and having a written reference means you don't always have to figure things out from existing code or first principles. Second, it's really important to do a good design doc before writing a larger section of code. I've always been tempted to skip this step, and I've never regretted sitting down and writing something down before I start writing code. It often catches problems with a given approach early on, or really helps clarify what's important about an approach. You can share it with other folks and get them to review it. And then also, it's a lot easier to refactor prose and just to refactor existing code. And then It's a useful historical record, and along the same way, it's a great way for new contributors to understand your code base. And the most important contributor to your project is future you. I constantly have to go back and read old docs to remind myself why we're doing something in a given way. Some best practices I found. First, be very deliberate and disciplined about your doc writing. I write a new design doc every time I hit a complex area. I know it's not as fun. It's a little bit like exercising or taking your vitamins, but in the end, your code will be a well-chiseled Adonis if it and hopefully works well. And then you'll collect a lot of docs in the long run if you do this right. I also require a design doc for any merge requests of any significant size. I've also been doing this for GSOC students as a starting point, and making them write down what they're trying to do before actually writing code has been extremely helpful for both them to make sure they understand the problem space and me to make sure I understand that they know what they're doing. When writing docs, I guess you could do whatever you want, but we use Markdown with a standard header, and we use every design doc I have has something like this on the top. Hopefully it's fairly self-explanatory, but the date is kind of crucial because you get to go back and see if a doc is, very quickly, if a doc is out of date, if it's fairly relevant, if it's been updated recently. And then also, if you add an author tag at the end, it's great for GSOC students to get credit for their work. It's good to put all your docs in one place. We use a CI script to generate a doc landing page on the website. That's been incredibly helpful, just to have them available. It's a little bit of simple code. You can look at what you did, but just anything that'll generate HTML is probably sufficient. And this is what it could or does look like. I'll give a very quick demo. If I can put my mouse over here and scroll to the top. So this is what our devel doc page looks like. We start with some overviews. We've got a coding style section. This is what the sort of the heart of the page looks like. This is all the design docs we've written over the years. And a lot of these are fairly complex areas of code. These can be very long documents. As an example, this is a very hard part of the code base to understand. We also have some very simple ones too, right? So docs don't have to be complicated. They can just be a reference like this, but just writing something down is very useful. And this is a great place to put on your page as a way for users to get involved with the code base. It's a little, maybe it's bonus, but we did do an overview for the code base too, just for new contributors, and put them with the main design docs. Cool. And then, oops, go back to slideshow. I only have one more slide. Yeah, and then maintain them. I'm out of time. So that sums up maintenance.
Richard here? Yeah. Hey. Don't need to run. You can be safe.
I was just thinking, I don't know how he's going to let me know. Because I'm not really with it. Is that working? HDMI instead? Duck. It's actually not a duck. Anyone know what this is? The Puteke Teke. Anyone see John Oliver? That's it. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Google that later. All right. This should work. I'm going to talk about eBird C-mounts. Technically, eBird and C-mounts are different. You're right. I just love yelling. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. All right. I'm going to talk about eBird seamounts. eBird is different than seamounts. It's going to be pretty cool. You will know what this island is by the end of this talk. And if you know what it is now. Yeah, saw that coming. All right. eBird is amazing. It's a website where you can log birds, and you can like gamify the logging of birds. It's very addictive. Not a joke. It's a lot of fun. And you can see it's used by many, many, many people, which is really cool. Like over 1 million people are using this to make lists of birds for science. Awesome. You can see birds. Scientists can be like, that bird was seen there. Everybody wins. Used in hundreds and thousands of papers. Not hundreds of, hundreds and. It's really cool. You can also upload media. Here's a seagull, which I saw in New Zealand. I really like it. It's fun. Here's another bird. Now, you may be confused because this is a duck that clearly belongs in Mexico because you all know it's a Muscovy duck. What is it doing on an ice pond? Well, it got out of a barn, and I drove and I saw it, and I was very excited to see it in my county, but then there's this little thing here saying unconfirmed. Huh. Turns out there's a whole host of people who are volunteering on eBird to check people's observations so that you don't log stuff that doesn't belong where it's supposed to be. eBird reviewers also do other stuff. For instance, this bird is a kakariki. It's a red-crowned hybrid with a yellow-crowned parakeet, which is really cool. And this has to be added to the taxonomy because I saw this bird 2 years ago and there was no way for me to log it because of the 10,000 bird species or something, this one just hadn't been added yet because it's really rare. It was also kind of in a zoo, so it doesn't really count. But someone had to confirm it. Still hasn't happened. Since we're talking about Lord Howe Island, this is a checklist that I added from historical data from the 1850s, because that's what I like doing in my spare time. And some reviewer had to go through and check and be like, did this guy do his homework? Why is he adding the Norfolk Islet parakeet, which, as you can see, is also in the Cyanorhamphus genus. Super fun. eBird reviewers are amazing and awesome and very cool, and they look like this. Hi, I'm a reviewer for several regions on eBird. I review for Vermont, for one county there, and also these 3 islands, which are so small they're not even on this map. These are the islands I review for: Ascension, St. Helena, and Tristan da Cunha. Any of you have heard of these before? Cool. Some of you may have definitely heard of this one. That's where a short guy with a weird hat died. Napoleon. Actually, it's not a problem that he was short. It's a problem that he was a despot. Here's a map of Tristan da Cunha. Tristan da Cunha, well, this is just Tristan, actually. It's an archipelago. And you'll see all these little dots. What are these? Good question. These are hotspots. Here's a hotspot that used to be right next to my house. So I birded here all of the time. And I have a hobby of going around and adding fun hotspots for local parks. But sometimes I like adding things for cooler birds, like this bird, the inaccessible island rail only found on Inaccessible Island, which is in the archipelago that I'm working on. But there's a problem, because it's very easy to add hotspots on land, but what about for birds like this bird, which is a really beautiful bird that lives in these archipelagos as well, the Tristan albatross? Where does it go? Because the sea is just really big and blue. I have 1 minute. You'll notice all these little mounts. Here's a map of the area of these islands, and you'll see these little names. Those are seamounts. They're islands that didn't quite make it to the top, but they're still really useful for birds. Really awesome study, which you can check out later, shows where birds tend to aggregate. You'll notice it's on the seamounts. So I've been going through cool maps and adding them onto eBird so that people who drive by can go and add birds when they go to those seamounts. Here's some seamounts in Brazil. How cool. And unfortunately, I don't go to those islands, and almost no one does. You see people only go there in April and September. That's okay. I have to wait years to see if my hotspots made any difference. But I hope so, and if you want to help, I Googled during the last talk, and check this out. There's a whole chain of seamounts near Lord Howe Island that haven't been added to eBird. So come talk to me after the class. Thank you. Here's some references. Here's where you can talk to me about birds and literally nothing else. Thanks.
Next up, we have Artie. Next up is Artie Ramkrishna about Be Nice.
Can you hear me? Hi. So I'm Arti Ramkrishna. I am here because I am Shree's wife. But I'm also here because I live and breathe equity. And why should you listen to me? Maybe because I have been a super token my entire career. A super token is somebody who is the very first of their kind, and I am the only Indian educator in Portland. And I'm the only Indian school administrator. So I work on teams that are almost entirely white, and this problem keeps coming up because I was born and raised in India, and my style of communication is maybe just a little different than the white dominant workspaces I work in. So I just want to talk a little bit about what cross-cultural communication is. I know we all know what it is, but I wanted to dive a little deeper into it. You know, when I travel or I'm working in groups that are remote, there's so many gaps in communication, and this is why. So this is one of my favorite graphics to show. It's color-coded by cultural type. So the blue countries are linear, and they're decisive and active. They're cool. They plan. They talk more than the red and yellow countries. They think there's only one right way. They are, the written word is God, and there's a lot of perfectionistic sort of characteristics. The red countries are multi-active. So think warm, emotional, just loves to talk and make friends, and maybe isn't the best planner, but has impulsive ideas that can lead to great decisions. And then the yellow and orange countries are reactive. They still come from a place of emotion, but mostly they want to keep the peace. So their idea of conflict resolution is to shut up and make the problem go away. So when you see all of these colors, and then you imagine these colors within the people we work with, there's little reason why communication can be difficult. And so this is more specific, and if you look at the country I work in and the country I come from, you see how much I have to mask parts of my identity to be successful at work. And the emotional labor of me being the super token and me needing to fit in so that I can get the job done because I love what I do, it's exhausting. The mental labor of it is absolutely exhausting. And there isn't any one type that's obviously better than the other. We need all of these cultural types within the workplace for us all to come together and just be better at whatever it is we're doing. And of course, there's more factors than these, but interpretation of time and space and nonverbal communication are big ones. And so I just left this on. What is a good way is, begin from an anti-racist lens, ask respectful questions, educate yourself, have a little cultural humility, build self-awareness. How much are you contributing to the problem? And truly, just ask clarifying questions and be flexible. And so, like I was saying, needing to mask parts of yourself all the time, policing your tone, policing your clothes, your hair, is exhausting. And one of the biggest problems with poor cross-cultural communication is that it makes for an absolutely unhealthy work culture. And I can attest to that because the last 3 jobs have sent me to therapy, and no Jew should do that. And the bigger problem is with remote work and the pandemic, work culture has already become a little broken. And so this is something that's going to take us far, far from belonging. And I have a talk tomorrow. If you want to know more, come attend the workshop. You won't be bored. Thank you.
Next up, we have Dipesha on GNOME's DEI initiative.
Hello. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Dipesha Burse, and today I'm going to talk about the DEI initiative in GNOME. So I'll just give a brief introduction of myself. I started contributing to GNOME about a year ago, 1.5 years ago. I'm a part of the organizing committee for GUADEC and GNOME Asia, and I'm leading the DEI initiative in GNOME. So the DEI initiative was there, but then it was revived in November 2023. We have monthly meetings, and we used the time to narrow down on the vision, mission, and goals. So we decided what our priorities would be, how we want to go with it, and how we want to work on that. We also started a social hour so that we can introduce newcomers to the GNOME community, and also introduce them to the existing contributors of GNOME. So we have the mission and vision document ready, which will be out very, very soon. It's on the QR code. That is where we have explained how we want to go about things and what metrics we'll be using. So you can scan the code. I'll just wait for a minute. Okay. And of course, we'd love to have a lot more volunteers. Currently, we have a few people in the DEI team. We have Christy, we have Asmit, we have Yona, Justin, Rosanna. We all have frequent meetings. We also have a few people who have joined in between, but these are the ones who have really helped us to make the document or put it together. And we have our first in-person DEI meeting on Tuesday at 10 a.m. So I'd love for you all to join so that we can make this as inclusive as possible. So thank you.
That's the end. That's the end of the lightning talks. Maybe we could give another hand to all the speakers. And to wrap us up, we're going to do the conference closing and group photo next.
All right. Unless you have a better suggestion, other people, I don't want to sit here and like mess around with this all day. So I'm just going to have a Pateke Teke in the background, and you're all going to enjoy that. Weirdly, it is so much less nerve-wracking for me to talk about GNOME than about birds. I don't know why that is. Maybe I should figure that out. Thank you for coming to GUADEC. This is the closing talk. This is not the end of the conference. It's just the closing talk for this session. There are BOFs, but I'm so grateful for everyone who has come for GUADEC so far. We can applause now, but we can applause at the end as well. So let's just wait till the end. I have some announcements to make. This is the end of the presentations. If you would like to watch any of the talks again, you can find the videos on the GNOME YouTube channel. Tomorrow and Tuesday are our BOF days for everyone here in Denver. The BOFs will happen in this building. Please check the schedule for room numbers and BOF details. Everyone online, that means you people. Where is my frickin' mouse? There it is. Okay, this trackpad is broken and it's really hard. Everyone online, you guys. Please note the BOFs will not be live streamed, so check your emails for links and access codes for the remote BOF rooms. Tonight's dinner is in Tivoli, which is very far from here. It's where we had it 2 or 3 nights ago, so it's just like there. They normally open at 6, but because it's an awkward time, they're like, why don't we just open at 5? So basically after this, we can just go over there. I will lead you, and we can do that for a while, which will be fun. The brewery will be open at 5 for us, and dinner will be at 6. If you're attending the baseball game, please make sure to grab your tickets from the registration table before you leave today. Otherwise, there'll be no baseball for you. You will be out. Reminder, we are sending Holly a card. I think that's also Shree's card. Maybe it's a different card. Is it the same card? Same card. Okay, it's also on the table out there. So when you're picking up your tickets, you can sign it. The more people sign it, just the nicer it is. Doesn't cost you anything. Kind of cool. And we'll hand that to Holly as a thanks. Upcoming events, which I'm realizing I could have pressed next this whole time, because that's what I was talking about. Here's some upcoming events. I added Fosse in here. We're not technically co-organizing that, but people will be there, and it's Karen's event, and Karen's on our board. And I just want to thank her for all the stuff she does, even though she wasn't here. I got her room because she wasn't here, so I'm grateful. Linux App Summit, going to be in Monterrey. I don't know how to pronounce that correctly, but that'll be awesome. GNOME Latin America and GNOME Asia is going to be in Bangalore. Very excited about this. I'm hoping to make at least one of these. And yeah, I'd love to see you there too. Special thanks to our sponsors. Once again, can we have a massive round of applause for Endless and for Ubuntu? This would not have been possible without them. GNOME in general, they offer so much help, and I'm so grateful. And also, I want to thank all of these people down here. Thank you so much. Red Hat, Rocky Linux, SUSE, Igalia, and CodeThink. You are the best. All All right. But the sponsors are great. It's good to have money. It's good to have in-kind donations. It is not as nice as having a community, because that's more important at the end of the day, although they kind of go together, and maybe I just killed our sponsorship forever. But it's fine. I just want to thank all of the organizing team, all of the volunteers, all of the speakers and attendees. Organizing team, can you stand up? You don't have to come up, just stand up. If you're here, someone stood up, that's amazing. You stood up, that's amazing. Please, thank you so much. Thank you. Volunteers, if you want to stand up, you can stand up too. Keep clapping. Volunteers, thank you so much. You're amazing, you're amazing, you're amazing. Speakers, how many of you spoke? I spoke. I had a lightning talk. Anyone else speak today or yesterday? Thank you. And everyone else, if you want, you can stand up or you can just sit down. It's fine. Thank you all so much. It was super fun. It was just the best. Luckily, we will have GUADEC 2025. I realized that I memorized something in Italian, and I had it all written down because it's going to be here, but I was so stressed with my eBird thing that I forgot to memorize it again. But it will be in Brescia, and I'm really excited about going to northern Italy. So please come next year, 2025. Yay! And that'll be really awesome. So I'm just really psyched about that. I'm sorry. That's just going to be really cool. Denver is still great. Local organizers. Denver's awesome. Okay. See you all back at the BOFs tomorrow. Everyone in Denver, stick around now for the photos, which I see Dane out there. He's photographing nothing. Like literally, that's what he's doing right now. So he's probably trying to get the light right. So if we could all make our way out those doors, and then to the left, and then to the left again, we can help him cure his existential camera photography problem. So, that way, right now. Thank you, everyone.